Welcome everyone. My name is Medha Zhao, and you are joining today the Lancang-Mekong Policy Forum. So this is day 2 of a 2-day event that is hosted by SUMERNET, the Sustainable Mekong Research Network. So SUMERNET is a regional network supporting policy relevant research and dialogues in the 6 countries of the Mekong. And for these 2 days, we've been having some really insightful research on water security and how it has affected vulnerable populations in the region. And today is more of a policy focus where we have brought together policymakers, practitioners, and researchers to have more of a dialogue on how we can cooperate and find solutions to water insecurity in the region. So the reason we're focusing on water insecurity is that it is the focus of SUMERNET's, this current phase of SUMERNET, and we are kindly supported by the Embassy of Sweden through CEDA funds. So thank you very much for joining. We have a wonderful lineup of distinguished guests and speakers. I won't run you through the agenda today, but generally we have a number of panels where you can participate and ask questions. So a few housekeeping things. There will be opportunities to ask questions, particularly when we're organizing the panel sessions. I'd like you to please engage with us through the chat box. And we have a team of people working to respond to your questions, and we will also ask the speakers to answer your questions. Okay, so thank you very much. So welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We can move on now to the welcoming and opening remarks. So the speakers for the opening remarks are Dr. Surasri Kittimongton, who is the Secretary General of the Office of National Water Resources in Thailand. Within his role, Dr. Surasri led the development of strategic planning for river basin development for flood and drought mitigation and irrigation development in Thailand. So welcome, Dr. Surasri. The next speaker will be Dr. Aaron Zink. Dr. Aaron Zink is a senior research advisor in the Development Cooperation section of the Embassy of Sweden in Bangkok, where he coordinates Sweden's Regional Development Research Corporation. Welcome, Aaron. And we also have Ms. Habnavi. Ms. Habnavi is the chair of the SUMERNET Steering Committee. She is currently the Deputy Director of Inland Fisheries Research and Development Institute, Fisheries Administration, Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries in Cambodia. So welcome to all the speakers, and without further ado, I will invite you to deliver your opening remarks. So Dr. Surasri, would you like to start?
Good afternoon from Thailand. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the Sustainable Mekong Network or SUMERNET Committee. The Secretariat hosts at Stockholm Environmental Institute and the Embassy of Sweden for inviting Office of the National Water Resources or ONWR to take part in this exciting event. That will provide an opportunity for policy dialogue among researchers, practitioners, and policymakers to tackle one of the world's most striking and challenging issues today. And I'm delighted to be here as part of this event to share Thailand's perspective on this issue. Ladies and gentlemen, we are all aware that fresh water is essential for life on our planet. It is the basic human right, critical factor in the global environment's health, and vital part of the business operations. as it has long been acknowledged that water is prone to human control and natural induced factors. However, the COVID-19 pandemic has proven that water is also vulnerable to other uncontrollable factors. COVID-19 has enormous implications for both water demand and supply, as well as how we communicate and negotiate for water management, as evidenced by the increased use of teleconference and the online meeting that we are currently experiencing. Consequently, a good strategy and investment in research to contribute and support policy decision issues are required to transform the conventional way of water resources management, particularly in transboundary rivers, such as the Mekong Lancang River, where the effects can broaden beyond the local boundary. As the river has no boundaries for effective transboundary water management, we need data from the whole basin for monitoring, analyzing, forecasting, and measuring against water hazards. When we have more data, we may design a single operation. As a policymaker, this study can support in the early development and optimization of new product and process. That is why we require tools to respond quickly to research for decision support systems, information management, and so on. The objective of this technology is to create a single data platform in the Mekong River Basin. At the very first step, we can begin with the existing initiatives such as the Mekong River Commission, Lancang-Mekong Cooperation, ASEAN, or even the ACMEX mechanism, as well as the international organization on wide range of topics. As the coming up on the joint study between MRCS and LMC Water Centre to research on the changing pattern of hydrological condition of the Lancang-Mekong River Basin and adaptation strategies. It may be used to clarify the evidence of climate change or water management. We are looking for data and information flow, as we believe that this will drive cross-border knowledge transfer, operational efficiency, and enhance access to cutting-edge water management. To do this, governments must provide a safe, seamless, and efficient ecosystem for data sharing and usage in order to ease data flow and enhancing access for all. This has to be designed carefully in accordance with to the National Data Protection Act, which will instill trust in user and business. Lastly, we expect this forum will share knowledge about emerging technology and trends, as well as the implication on business in the region. The structure program are also included to assist government, business, and also stakeholders within and across the region in efficiently leveraging any data sharing ecosystem. And that's the view from Thailand. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sarasan, and for your words highlighting the importance of data. So I'd like to invite now Dr. Aaron Zink to deliver the opening remarks.
Okay, thank you, May, and thank you, Dr. Surasi. This is an honor to follow you on your very important remarks. I would like to start by just wishing everyone a very good afternoon and welcome to SUMERNET's Lancang-Mekong Policy Forum 2021. And I'd also like to thank Dr. Chayanis and all her colleagues at SUMERNET Secretariat for affording me the pleasure and honor to make some brief welcoming remarks. So thank you very much. As you know, Sweden supports research and research cooperation with development aid because we know that sustainable development and the enjoyment of human rights are really only achievable when societies value and defend the production of new knowledge, the critical reflection on the new knowledges that are produced, and academic freedom to really produce new knowledge. Sweden's regional development and development research cooperation in Asia specifically prioritizes work related to regional and transboundary aspects of climate change, environment, human rights, gender equality, and democracy. And we find many synergies between Sweden's strategies for regional development and research cooperation and the work of the Sustainable Mekong Research Network. And we are proud to be long-term partners to SUMERNET. I think meetings like these are of great importance for researchers and partners and policymakers to exchange knowledge and lessons learned that can have impacts on policies and practices on all sorts of topics. And here today talking about the river delta, and the watershed, and inclusive water security. So I would just like to be very brief. I think I will speak a little bit more later in the program, but I want to wish us all rich discussions and intellectual exchange during this meeting. And I really hope that we'll all feel free to test new ideas, to question each other, to engage in debate, to disagree, and to benefit from the assembled wisdom and experience in the room. And really appreciate that all of you have joined here today and are ready to contribute. So thank you very much, and turn it back over to you, May.
Thank you very much, Aaron. Now, Ms. Hapnavi, are you ready to deliver your opening remarks? Madam Hatnavi? Yes, we can see you clearly.
Okay, thank you, May. Good afternoon, Dr. Surasi, Kitty Montan, Dr. Aaron Zink, all SUMERNET Steering Committee members representing the Mekong country, Secretariat team, moderator, panelists, and ladies and gentlemen participating in this important forum. On behalf of the SUMERNET Steering Committee and our research network, it is my pleasure to welcome you to SUMERNET Lancang-Mekong Policy Forum. As part of SUMERNET, traditional annually to organize a space where regional policy issues are being discussed. Although this year we still need to conduct even fully online like in 2020 due to the COVID-19 pandemic. I am hopeful that the policy forum will discuss very important issue that is relevant for us as citizens of the Mekong region. Sustainable Mekong Research Network of SUMERNET is a regional research network which has been established since 2005, have been bringing science and policy through supporting research and policy engagement work toward more sustainable development in the Mekong region. I should acknowledge the continued support from Swedish International Development Cooperation Agency, SIDA. Since our funding until now, we are in our fourth phase of program implementation, SUMERNET for All, focusing on improving policy and practices in addressing water insecurity issues in the region, especially those affecting vulnerable communities in the Mekong. This year's policy forum is also special, as we invite researchers and policy stakeholders not only from Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar, Thailand, and Vietnam as our common practice, but we also will have the opportunity to engage with our Chinese colleagues. Yesterday in Research Forum, we have learned a lot from knowledge exchange and experience sharing among the researchers from all 6 countries who expressed the interest to cooperate more on research and policy engagement. This reflects our strong desire as regional network to increase collaboration with our Chinese counterparts, which I believe will be mutually beneficial for researchers in China and other Mekong countries. I think we should do this even more to be able to have enriched research and impactful policy engagement in the region. We are also touching a very important issue to our region, which is water insecurity. In SUMERNET, we have been really devoting our research and efforts in research policy engagement in this issue intensively in the last 3 years since we started SUMERNET for All. We think this issue will still be relevant for our region in the coming years or even decades. Water is very central for livelihood of communities in the Mekong region, and especially in this difficult period caused by COVID-19 pandemic. We need more attention on this matter. This is why I think this forum is very important for SUMERNET and also all other stakeholders in the region. So, on behalf of the SUMERNET Steering Committee and our network, please allow me to personally thank our policy stakeholders, practitioners, researchers from China, all other the Mekong countries, and friends from outside the region who will contribute to this forum. Your knowledge, experience, and aspirations will enhance the knowledge-based policy engagement process to benefit to reducing water insecurity for all, particularly the most vulnerable women and men in the region. In the future, I also would like to convey our sincere gratitude for generous support from SIDA for this forum and other activity of SUMERNET from the start until now. I do hope that through this forum, we can enhance our efforts in addressing most pressing issues of our region in difficult times through closer and stronger collaboration and partnership. Finally, let us have a fruitful discussion today. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Madam Hatnavi. Yes, we do hope for a fruitful discussion today, and thank you very much all the speakers for delivering the opening remarks. Dr. Surasri, Dr. Aaron, and Ms. Hatnavi, thank you very much. So the next session is about setting the context for the Lancang-Mekong Policy Forum. So we'll learn today about what the objectives are from Dr. Chayanis, who is the SUMERNET Program Director. Dr.
Thank you very
Chayanis?
much, May. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, so that's great. Again, good afternoon, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure today to really set the scene what will happen for this policy forum. Next, please. So I just want to really say what we really would like to really cover today. August, can you go next slide, please? Yeah, next, please. So I think so many of us here from SUMERNET, but in fact, we also have many others members participating in this forum are not from SUMERNET. Let me introduce what is a SUMERNET is about. SUMERNET is a regional research network that is established in 2005. We have really aspiration to support to sustainable development. However, we are actually have the missions to really inform the policy and plan related to this. So what we're trying to do is we do research, policy engagement, and promotion or application of innovations, capacity building, communication, and dialogue. We expanded from 14 founding members. Now we have 390 network members from almost 200 organizations. And ACI has the privilege to host Secretariat of SUMERNET since beginning until now. Without the Swedish government support, we will not be able to do a lot of things like this. Next, please. So what is the current work for these coming years? The SUMERNET for All is the fourth phase of the SUMERNET. So we have the missions to improve policy and practice in reducing water insecurity for all. We consider gender and social equality, human rights-based approach, conflict sensitivity, environmental integrities, and also poverty reductions. So we are doing this to also contribute to the achievement of Sustainable Development Agenda 2030s. Next, please. So what are the things we do now? So people ask, what are the concrete things we are supporting? Next slide, please. So we are actually supporting now, working with the experts in the region to support more than 160 people and the grantees to support more than 20 projects. So we have the project related to flood, to drought, and also trans-boundary matters. So by doing this, we feel that engaging with people in the region, but working with people not only on the research, but really to inform what are the local needs in the region, and talk and work with the government at local level, national level, and regional level to inform what are the needs there and what might be the potential solution that we work together. However, so far we don't have any project working closely with researchers from China. That's why we have this aspiration to work more with Chinese researchers. Next, please. So the next slide, I like to talk about why we need to have this kind of research and policy forum. So we like to strengthen the network and the partnership among the researchers, practitioners, policymakers in 6 countries in the region. That's why we organize this. And yesterday, what happened yesterday is we have the first day for which is an open space for senior and young researcher practitioners to discuss together on how they're trying to understand the challenge on water insecurities, and also how they try to engage to address these issues. And because of the COVID is really emerging, this is a new challenge that everyone needs to learn and also share our thought and how we solve this together. This is important for us to work. And very fortunate, we have more than 100 participants joining us yesterday. And I saw many of you actually continue joining today's policy forum. So we like to convey what we have learned from yesterday in the next slide. Next, please. So the next slide, just to show you like the snapshot, the screenshot of more than 100 participants who actually not only are the speakers, not only the panels, but also many people post the questions, and some colleagues actually help addressing and answering the question without waiting the speakers or the moderator to address. So this is the way where research network and research community and other people could contribute knowledge sharing. Next, please. I would like to really kind of talk on few key messages that we got from the panel. So yesterday we have 2 panels talking about the COVID-19 water insecurity. We learned a lot from this kind of one-day event. But what I like to highlight is I could see strong willingness and really expression of interest from 6 country researchers want to strengthen ties to ensure that we get a chance to speak, to talk, share insight, and work together more from 6 country perspective. Next, please. For the next panel, we actually work on understand to the prioritizations on water securities. And there are several matters that actually we discuss. And I like to highlight 2 things that really extract my attention. I think this is really relevant for our discussion today in the policy forum. First is about data sharing and the importance of using knowledge, that not only the knowledge from one side or the sector expert, but really multiple types of knowledge. And the process to produce the knowledge itself is matter to inform and make sure that we reflect the need of people and really understand the constraint and challenge that policymakers need to face, because the limited resources that you want to make the best decisions for people, that need a lot of knowledge and not only one side of the knowledge. And the cooperation among the regional body like MRC and LMC is very important, and we see a lot of good signal there. However, what are really the role and also responsibility of other actors, including researchers and research community like us, to contribute to strengthen this partnership, and not to have only MRC, LMC together, but how we can really support this initiative and partnership towards MRC, LMC big plus. How can we play the role as a big plus in this regard? So we are very fortunate to have a speaker from both MRC and also Lancang-Mekong Corporation Water Centers to tell us what they view about this. Next, please. And in that case, today we have the opportunities to exchange knowledge, understand things better, opportunity better, and try to explore concrete activity that we will do together. Next, please. And then what we will do in the next, during about 3 hours. After this, we will have the session to understand the framework, MRC and LMC. And then we will proceed to 3 panels. We'll discuss on different subjects. Yeah, and then we proceed to the summary and wrap up and do closing by hopefully 4:30 p.m. today, Thailand time. Next, please. And if you want to know who are actually speaking in this panel, here just to show you, we have best panel ever representing the government, development partner, researchers, and those who really do a lot of work with the community. We have Ajahn Chantana will moderate this session. So next, please. So the next sessions also, if you have interest on the flood issue that really hardly hit many countries at the moment, Leonie will moderate this, and we have really excellent expert on this, and we have high-level governmental official, we have very famous media, and we have a researcher from China, we have a popular expert, Dr. Seri with us. So really we have great experts here in the panel. Next, please, if you are interested more on drought water scarcity, may we moderate these sessions. We have many experts who work on this from the government side, Groundwater Department. We have Dr. Lee Hao, we have Ik Awa from MRC Secretariat, we have Dr. Lamnoy, we have our steering committee, Madame Long. So please join Drought panel if you have interest on this. So this is more or less what will happen today. And I really looking forward to your discussion and really fruitful suggestion. Yeah. Next, please. Who we are here in the sessions. So probably you would like to know who are here. I saw that we have 88 people at the moment. So let's us get to know who are here with us. So we have here the poll set. What I like to request you to have introduce yourselves. Could you go to the chat box? There is a link, VWalk links that will come to the poll, and then you can fill in yourselves and also really say which the country you are from, working for. So there's a list of the country that you could select, and there are some questions about your background and also your gender. Yeah, so that's something that we really like to know who you are and what are the expertise we here have among 88 people joining us. So as you can see here, so we have 88 people joining us, and we have 30 people already respond to the survey. Most of the colleagues here, of course, from Thailand as a host for this event. And we have many participants also from other countries, from Vietnam, Cambodia, China, Laos, Myanmar, and yeah, many countries and outside the region. So it's so nice to have these really rich experts from many parts of the world joining us. So we probably won't be able to have everyone filling the poll because some people may not be really convenient doing this. Maybe this is just more give you a flavor how many people and which country you are from and joining this forum today. Maybe we can proceed to the next questions, Agus. So the next questions we would like to really understand in terms of your gender. So we really have explorations to get the view from men, women, and others. So if you could identify yourselves your gender, then we will understand that, okay, any recommendation and any insight shared here is actually represented from the participant here in this event from which gender, for example. So now we have about 60% male and also about 40% female. So I think that's really a good combination. So SUMERNET always keen and at least to have a 30 or 35% female percent. And I would say that it's really good success. And yeah, at least we have some progress on this work. Yeah. Okay, maybe we can proceed to the next questions. The next question is about, I think your age. Yeah, right. So we always want to encourage the youth, young professional, because this is the region where in the future, maybe some of us, maybe I will stay for some years, 20 years, or I don't know, but my son, my grandchildren will stay on. So we really like to have this opportunity as a forum where we have young professionals to join us and to really give their view and insight, ask the questions, and even response to us what they really need. So by this way, we ensure that whatever the action we do now, we will actually serve the need of people in the future. Okay, so we have 20%. I think we have something to do more on this in the future to encourage more young professionals to join us, but really great start. We have about 70% for people like younger than 35 years. Okay, for the next questions, I think we would like to know what type of your organizations that you are representing. Okay, so please just let us know your background of your organizations. Yeah, you can kind of click more than one choice, and then we will really try to wrap up this soon. Yeah, so someone warning me that we already finished the time, but okay, so we see here many of us here from the universities, of course, and some governmental officer, and we have media and private sector. So we really have a wide range of the coverage in terms of the background of the participants. So that's excellent. So, okay, so maybe we can move on to the next question, very important question. I think it's probably the last question that we'd like to ask you. What is your expectation for this forum? So this is the last question. And we would like to make sure that the policy forum in the next 3 hours will really fulfill your expectation. And if you think that we cannot achieve this, we will, of course, have the task follow up after the forum to make sure that your expectation is actually met as much as possible. So I see here, so people want to really get to know and learn from each other, sharing knowledge. And I think definitely we will have a lot of opportunities doing this today. And then we will learn from others and also explore some new ideas. And of course, we have so a lot of ideas will be shared by the moderator. and also the speakers and also others participants. So please feel free to put in your idea in the chat box, and then we really proceed to the next and try to address this along the way. So I think we can probably end the poll now and proceed to the next sessions. And thank you so much for all participants for your active engagement and inputs, and to get to know you, that you are really from different group of people, and this is your expectation is very useful for the organizer. Okay, thank you very much. So May, probably that is the session 2. Should I proceed to the next sessions?
Yes, thank you very much, Hyannis. You are moderating the next session, which is a very important session where we hear from a representative of MRC as well as the LMC on the important policy priorities and their decision making. So over to you, Dr. Hyannis, you're moderating.
Yeah, thank you very much, May, again, and I hope you will not feel bored about myself. But before I start this session, I would say I really so happy personally to welcome me two colleagues from MRC Secretariat and also from LMC Water Centre. I used to work from MRC Secretariat. I know that MRC Secretariat really work very hard to support 4 country members to work on water related issues. And it's not really easy work, but really a lot of good things you have produced. And also at the same time, LMC Water Centre, SUMERNET team, including many steering committee and myself, have chance to visit Water Centre in 2017. And we observe your work along the way, and we have chance to engage with you through the work, joint study and others. So, but today having you here joining us is very useful for us, SUMERNET as a whole, because you are those who really make things happen within this country to serve the leader of the country. And these sessions, we will understand better on transboundary waters policy priority under 2 framework, MRC and LMC. And we have 2 speakers, Mr. Sopalin Chia and also Madam Tong Yushan from LMC Water Centre. Next slide, please. So we have known and really feel like to congratulate both MRC Secretariat and also LMC Water Centre for their partnership built along the way. So these are 2 major actors that really work together closely. And recently in 2019, they actually signed on the MOU together for cooperation on many areas on research and data sharing and things. And we are really keen to know what are the role or what are the things we can do as research community to contribute to this partnership to become MRC LMC Big Plus. What is a plus size that our communities could contribute? So without any overdue, I would like to invite first speaker, my friend from MRC Secretariat, Mr. Sopalin Chia, to talk about your organization. You have 8 minutes, so please. And here we will help display MRC presentation from our side.
Okay, first of all, thanks a lot, Dr. Hyannis, for your nice word and also encouraging words. So from the Mekong River Commission Secretariat in Vientiane, Lao PDR, very good afternoon, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen. So first of all, I would like to express my thanks on behalf of the MRC Secretariat Management for giving the opportunity to engage with this SUMERNET Policy Forum, and also to share our view and perspective. So thanks a lot for opportunity for this presentation. So my presentation will walk through 3 main points. One is what is the MRC, what is the current transboundary water policy priorities, and what is the opportunity for researcher and the MRC to work together in today, currently and also in the future. Next slide, please. I think most of you, or if not everyone, is already well aware of what about the water cooperation within the Mekong, which date back since the decades ago, a number of decades ago, since 50s. However, if talking about the MRC, the Mekong River Commission, it was officially established in 1995 under the agreement so-called Cooperation for the Sustainable Development of the Mekong River Basin, which was signed by the four member countries, Cambodia, Laos, Thailand, and Vietnam. So the agreement as a whole aimed at facilitating cooperation among the four member countries in all fields of sustainable development, utilization, management, as well as conservation of the water and its related resources. The MRC was established with a clear mission to promote and coordinate sustainable management and development of water and its related resources for the country mutual benefit as well as the well-being of their people. Next slide, please. And as an institution, the MRC consists of three different bodies, namely the council, where the minister was composed of. The second level, the so-called joint committee, which are composed of a representative from the four member country, and also we have Dr. Surasri as also the joint committee member from Thailand, which provide a welcoming remark earlier. And also we have the Secretariat where I am from as well. In addition, since 2010, the MRC organized the high political level meeting in every 4 years, where the Prime Minister from all member countries met. And the last MRC summit was held in Siem Reap in 2018. Besides the four member countries, the MRC also work closely with the two upper riparian countries, China and Myanmar. And also we have a number of dialogue partners to provide us with support, both technical as well as financial. And at the same time, we work also with other stakeholders, including the civil society, organization, academy, and research, so on and so forth. Next, please. In terms of water policy priority for the MRC, I would like to refer here to the MRC Basin Development Strategy 2020-21 to 2030. This strategy is a whole basin and all relevant actors strategy. It doesn't belong to only MRC. So the purpose is to guide all sectors involved Mekong water related issues toward achieving improvements in environmental, social, as well as economic of the basin. It is a responsive strategy with new direction. So it shifts from water planning to more on operational management of the basin, including coordination of water infrastructure. The strategy is guided by the heads of the government, and especially during the third MRC summit. It integrates also the sustainable development goals, the UN SDG, relevant to water resource management, and also internalize gender and vulnerability approach into this intersectional inequity and different dimension of vulnerability. This strategy is a 10-year strategy with rolling 5-year the MRC strategic plan for implementation. So up to now, for your information, we had already 3 series of the basin development strategy since 2011. Next, please. The basin development strategy has 5 strategic priorities corresponding to 5 dimensions. Namely environment, social, economic, climate, and cooperation. The first priority is to maintain the ecological function of the Mekong. The second priority is to enable inclusive access and utilization of water and related resources. The third priority is to enhance optimal and sustainable development. The fourth priority is to strengthen resilience against climate risks, extreme climate disasters such as drought and flood. And the last 5th priority is to strengthen cooperation among all riparian countries and the stakeholders. Each of the priority has a number of outcome and several output, and all relevant actors are in the basin and outside are the key actor to implement this. Next, please. So within this slide, considering the role played by the all stakeholders in the Mekong Basin, it requires strong and wide partnership to implement it. So a number of mechanisms has been in place under the MRC cooperation framework to facilitate this partnership and cooperation. And to name some, we have like the MRC platform, the National Mekong Committee, consisting of each National Secretariat, the line agency, and also we have the regional organization and mechanism within, for example, the ASEAN, the IMF, the GMS, the LMC. We have also private sectors, including the development partners, and also we have the civil society and other research and academia institute. Next, please. Specifically for the Mekong Lancang cooperation under the current BDS, we hope to continue and further the work on several areas. To name some, for example, the sediment management, the proactive regional planning, the environment, the co-river monitoring network, where a lot of previous speakers have mentioned about, the forecasting work, the joint state of basin report, the water infrastructure operation, the joint investment project, as well as other activities. Next, please. The last item which I would like to touch upon is about the existing and future opportunity for researcher and the MRC to work and support each other. The MRC actually has interaction with many stakeholders, including academic and researcher community, and through various platforms. For example, the stakeholder consultation platform, both at the regional and national level, where the national manage. And also we have a technical platform where within the workshop, as well as in form of symposium and international conference, we involve a number of research institute and also academia. And also through our review and our work, the Secretariat have engaged a number of experts to provide technical support for some MRC activity. For example, to provide their knowledge and expertise in reviewing and formulating the assessment report, the technical study, etc. And with our work and publication, we also review and use the technical document to contribute into our work. I think this kind of engagement and interaction between the MRC and the research community will exist and still be necessary for the future MRC work. So I think this concludes my presentation, and I do thanks for your kind attention. So I give the floor back to Dr. Chayanis. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sopalinchia. So you took 8 minutes exactly and point out many interesting opportunities for research and research committee and practitioners to engage with MRC. In fact, we have very good chance. Many experts from the SUMERNET network have chance to review council studies in, I think, 2018 at that time, and I had chance to present the result for many experts from the network that contribute to that review. So that's really a great work that for country and supported by Secretariat have been doing the past year, in terms of the MRC Secretariat. So we actually have one question, but I think maybe we better ask our colleague from LMC Water Centre to present first, and then we will take the questions afterwards. So now I would like to invite Ms. Thong Yu Chen to talk about your organization and any opportunity for us to cooperate, and what are the priorities in terms of policy under LMC framework. So please, you have 8 minutes. Can you unmute?
Can you hear me now? Thank you, Dr. Chinese, and thanks for Mr. Sobin's excellent presentation. And now let me share my presentation for you. It is my great pleasure to have the opportunity here today to share the opinion of mine on the policy priorities of Lancang-Mekong Water Resources Cooperation. And first of all, I'd like to give a brief introduction.
Is it okay?
My presentation may have some problem.
Oh, okay. Should we help present from our side, or would like to try?
I'll try one more time and then maybe.
Okay, so maybe you can stop sharing and then share again. Yeah, that's okay. So while Mr. Tong Yu Chen is trying to share her screen here, maybe I can just keep talking. So Mr. Tong Yu Chen really played a very important role. She provided technical support for a joint working group of the 6 countries in the region, Lancang-Mekong region. And they are really need to take a lot of decisions, and having the support from LMC Water Centre is very important in terms of information and knowledge. Now, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
Please, yes.
Okay, first of all, I'd like to give a brief introduction to you of our center. The center was established in China in June 2017 in accordance with the Sanya Declaration of the first LMC leaders meeting. And from this chart, you can see the organizational structure of our center. We have Secretary General, Deputy Secretary Generals, and
it doesn't move. Your slide doesn't move.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if you could have, you could share the presentation.
Okay. So sorry for inconvenience. Maybe we can share from here. We have our team. Agus will help sharing from this. Can you go next slide, Agus?
Yes, that's great.
Next slide.
Please.
Next slide. Yes,
So
this slide.
from this chart, you can see under the Secretary General and Deputy Secretary Generals, we have 4 divisions, and we work as a platform for the 6 member countries to enhance their cooperation. And we also got much support from partners, including water-related organizations, enterprises, and CSOs, etc. Next, please. Our mission is to enhance sustainable socio-economic development and well-being of peoples of the LMC member countries through sustainable utilization, management, and conservation of water resources. Next, please. And the following slides will introduce the policy priorities of Lancang-Mekong Water Resources Cooperation under the framework of our guiding document, that is the 5-year action plan from 2018 to 2022. Next, please. The concept to formulate an action plan comes from the real need of the Lancang-Mekong cooperation. The common goal to fulfill our shared vision and address common challenges forms the strategic foundation. And next, please. And this chart illustrated the approach of Lancang-Mekong Water Resources Cooperation from top design to the innovation and the implementation. And in this process, we need systematic guarantees and inputs throughout the process, including goals, framework, funding, results, knowledge, information, and context. Next, a couple of slides will bring us to the content of the action plan. The plan clarified the general objective, which is also the mission of our center, and also the specific objectives and the principle of our cooperation. However, I will not talk about the detailed information of this part today, because I want to highlight the policy priorities through our cooperation area. Next, please. The plan lays out 6 cooperation areas. You can see there are water resources and green development, IWRI and climate change adaptation, water sector production capacity cooperation, rural areas, water conservancy and livelihood improvement, sustainable hydropower development and energy security, and transboundary river cooperation and information sharing. And for each area, there is a lead country to assume the main responsibility to enhance the cooperation and a co-lead country to assist. The 6 member countries also developed co-lead program under each cooperation area. The co-lead program further specified the objective, priorities or direction, work plan, and proposals for cooperation projects. Next, please. And according to the plan, the Lancang-Mekong Water Resources Cooperation is implemented in these 4 modalities. There are policy dialogues, joint studies, capacity building, and joint projects. Next, please. For policy dialogues, you can see we have exchange of high-ranked delegations, including LMC leaders meeting, LMC foreign ministers meetings, and the ministerial meeting of Lancang-Mekong Water Resources Cooperation. For the joint working group, we have the JWG meetings, and we also hold JWG special meetings when it is needed. Also, the Lancang-Mekong Water Resources Cooperation Forum also plays a key role as a cooperation platform for policy dialogue, technical exchange, and experience sharing in the field of water resources among the 6 LMC member countries and our cooperation partners. Next, please. And the above activities is supported by our institutional structure here. You can see it is composed of the ministerial meeting, which is the high-level policy dialogue. The JWG is the main channel for cooperation to discuss relevant issues and propose implementation plans. And the LMC Water Centre is the platform for the cooperation to support the JWG. And also the forum is a platform for exchanging and dialogue. Next, please. And also the 6 member countries encourage various forms of joint studies by relevant institutes. Here are some examples of the joint studies we have conducted in the past of years. And here I want to highlight is the joint study we are going to conduct with the MRCS. Next, please. The joint study on the changing pattern of hydrological conditions of the Lancang-Mekong River Basin and adaptation strategies. Now, the proposal of the joint study has been approved by the JWG of LMC and JC of MRC. The LMC Water Centre and MRCIS are now working closely on the implementation plan. The objective of the joint study is to provide a better understanding of the changing patterns of hydrological conditions in the basin and present recommendations for coordinated action and the short term and in both the short term and long term. And next, please. The 6 member countries will advance capacity building through improvement in institution and mechanisms, And here are some examples.
Sorry, you have about 1 minute left. Can you try to, 1 minute left.
No problem.
Thank you.
We have workshops and study tour, and we also provide scholarship to the Mekong countries, which is supported by Hohai University of China. And next please. And the joint project is also very important to really help the well-being of the nation, of the peoples in the basin. And we have nearly 40 water-related projects until now. And the last part of my presentation, I'd like to introduce some existing future opportunities. And next, please. You can skip to the last one. You can see we have the evaluation and the reporting of the 5-year action plan. Because it is going to come to an end, and we are preparing for a new round of plan, and we welcome comments from all the stakeholders. And we are also having the second Lancang-Mekong Water Resources Cooperation Forum in December this year, and it will provide the opportunity to dialogue and exchanging. And for the youth talents who want to assume further study in the field of water resources management, there is a master program which is jointly conducted with Hohai University for you. And for more information, you can log in our website. And next, please. This is my last slide. So much for my presentation, and thanks for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tong Yushan. So sorry to cut you off because we have limited time and we would like to have some time for the discussions. It's very interesting. Yeah. We saw that you mentioned about upcoming events. So for Water Forum, LMC Water Forum, is this open for the public or some things that only by invitation? Just to understand a little bit. Yeah. So if you have this open for the public to register, maybe you can send the link to us and we can help promote the event. Yeah. So I'm not sure. So okay. So let us try to look at the questions that we have. I think we have 3 questions in the chat box. Let me take the first questions first. Okay, so we have the questions more on the indication for 2 frameworks. So maybe this question is relevant to whether what are really the difference from these 2 frameworks that you are unique. So we understand that these 2 frameworks cover 4 countries and 6 countries, but what are the things that really different between these 2 frameworks that make it kind of important to have these 2 frameworks rather than have only 1 framework indicated together? So that is the first question. And maybe I just want to kind of spell out the second question, and then maybe you can have your up to you how you would like to respond which question. And the second question is from Ajahn Yan Yong. His question is about during recent year we observed some drought or dryness in the river. And what do you have any comment on this phenomena, and what are the potential solutions for this? So how MRC Secretariat or MRC and LMC try to work on this? Maybe the first 2 questions first. So yeah, so you're welcome to respond to any questions first for these 2 questions, and then we will proceed to the next questions afterwards. Yeah. So may I invite, okay, so please, so Pauline, yes.
Okay, thanks a lot, Dr. Chananis again, and also the question as well. Let me jump on the first question first, because if you follow the MRC website, we have a lot answer and press release in with regard to this kind of question as well. So drought, one of the I think there are several reasons for the drought within our region, especially within the last 2 years. So one factor is because of the climate change, which we cannot do much within the region because it's a global phenomenon, and as well as it caused by a number of consequences. And the second, it's also about the management and operation of the infrastructure within the Mekong as well. If we talk about the drought caused within the Mekong River. So let's just touch upon on the angle of the cost by the operation as well as management of the infrastructure of the project within the Mekong River. So what we are working now with all the member country and also with upper country China, we are working on one of the project like our speaker mentioned. It's about a joint study on the changing pattern of the water. So through this joint study, we hope that we will see more reason why the flow has been changed and what recommendations should be made. And also at the same time, we work within the member country to kind of share the information, especially trying to set a platform for the sharing information about the operation, especially, for example, hydropower. And also we work through the one of the procedure called procedure for water use monitoring, aimed at looking at the water use situation in each member country. And the last one is about working through the finding solution for coordinated operation within the basin. So we are trying to work with all 4 member countries to come up with a platform where we can share all this kind of information and look for the measure for coordinated operation. So we hope that with more coordinated operation and management, the drought or the flood may be reduced to some extent. For the second, for the first question on the 2 framework, I think MRC exists long time ago, like I mentioned, but with particular and specific mission, mainly related to waters. So we would see that these 2 more or less will be complement or supplement. We try to work together in a supplementary ways. And it also depends on all member country, the MRC member country as well as LMC member country, how they would like to utilize these 2 framework which already exist. So yeah, that's all from me.
Thank you. You responded so well. And in fact, one thing is really new, and I'm so excited about coordinated operations of the dam. So this is really something that I feel this is a new and really important, and how we could support that further, and maybe we can have follow-up discussions. That's great. Excellent response. Thank you very much. Now, Ms. Yushan, so would you like to respond any questions among these 2?
Thank you, Dr. Chinese. And here I'd like to respond to the question you have addressed me about the droughts. And it's true that we have observed several droughts, both in the upstream basin and in the lower basin. So I believe now the LMC and MRC's experts have the common sense that the main reason is because the climate change leads to less rain. And climate change is not I think it's not a question only the Lancang-Mekong River Basin is faced, and it's a worldwide question, I think. So especially, and this basin is experiencing rapid growth in the population and social society development. So the water consumption is also a question. And for the solution, I think what we are doing right now is to take steps to get to know how the climate is changing and what impact it has on the river, on the hydrological conditions. And that is exactly the objective of the joint study we are conducting now. And we hope to find some long-term and short-term solutions for this question and for the sustainability of the basin. And that's my response. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we're really looking forward. Is there anything the research communities like us could contribute to the future drought studies that you mentioned? So we can have maybe some discussion afterwards. So I don't know how much time we have now. Can I have one more question? So linking to the data, I think we got a question from Professor Sangam about there's some students or a researcher who would like to conduct research and would like to have some data and water quality data of the mainstream activity of the Mekong, Lancang-Mekong River. There's some things that LMC Water Centers is in charge about, or something we should, what kind of things we should do to have that kind of data for the students? So just to understand a little bit, I know that MRC has a lot of data, but mainly for full country, right? But how about Water Center? Are you actually in charge of data sharing also? Yeah. Can you unmute? Sorry.
Yes. For the center, we actually don't obtain data. We are a platform to support the information sharing, and we established the information sharing platform website for the 6-member countries to share their information. And we have got some process. As you have known, China has started to share its all year round hydrological of the Lancang River. And also we have many data on the MRC's website. And it is true that information sharing is a long-term working. And I want to talking about the joint study again, sorry, because this is a start point where we can discuss our goal, and with this goal, what data we need, and with our governmental agencies and experts from the 6-member countries, I think they can have a deep discussion on what data is really needed for the joint study and also for the further information sharing for the basin.
Yeah, thank you very much. So both speakers already respond to at least 3 questions. So I already got reminder from our colleague that we are already behind our schedule. So maybe I like to say sorry to those who already posed a question. We will not be able to respond during the session time, but I would like to request MRC colleague and also LMC Water Center colleague, could you please have a look to the chat box, and if possible, could you respond the question in the chat box, and then we can actually have these sessions proceed even without the formal forum here, but we can have this chat box as a way to communicate during the time process here. And for the wrap up for this session, I just would like to say again, big thanks to both our speaker from MRC Secretariat and LMC Water Center. We already achieved some certain understanding on the framework for 2 framework, and already know what are the opportunities for us to cooperate more with you. And as Secretariat of the SUMERNET, we will definitely have a follow-up discussion afterward. Thank you very much, and please everyone give a big hand to 2 speakers.
Thank you for such a great session. So without further ado, I'd like to move us to the next session, which is our first panel on shifting policy priorities in water resources management in times of COVID. So the moderator will be Dr. Chantana. Dr. Chantana, I will hand it over to you.
Thank you, May. We are 20 minutes behind the schedule, but I think we'll keep the same structure of the plenary this time. As Dr. Chianit mentioned, that the policy forum intend to identify policy needs and also the cooperation in order to enhance the link between research and decision making. And the first panel that I'm sharing is the shifting policy priorities in water resource management in terms of COVID-19. I find that this plenary has a difficult task, because yesterday I listened to research, and it's really, we are dealing with a huge complex problem of water insecurity. We talk about in terms of COVID-19, but people often refer to climate change. Now, we haven't really gone through priority climate change yet. We have another crisis, that's COVID-19. I'm not sure whether this is the same crisis, different crisis, but the panelists will help unravel these issues and whether we can identify, I'm sure that we can identify policy needs, but when it comes to priorities, I probably face the politics of contestation, which one is more important than the others. So this plenary has 6 panelists that's really reflect upon a subset of multi-stakeholder. We have international organization, regional organization, university, and government authorities from different countries. The plenary will be divided into 2 parts because we have 2 questions to address to. We will discuss the first question first and then come to the second question later. So I think that the question will be shown to the screen later. Let me mention who are in the plenary. The first panelist is Dr. Aaron Zink. You've already known him. He's from SIDA, from the Embassy of Sweden, Thailand. We cover a broader picture of water insecurity internationally. And the second person, Ms. Chuwi Wong Prasithiporn. This represents Government of Thailand, Office of National Water Resource. She's a strategy expert. And the third panelist is Ms. Shu Jing, Deputy Director, the International Economic and Technical Cooperation and Exchange Center from Ministry of Water Resources, People's Republic of China. Mr. Soperintia will be the 4th panelist. You know him, he's from MRC, Water Policy Expert. And the 2 last panelists from university, Dr. Lee Thi Van Hu from the Central Institute for Natural Resources and Environmental Studies, Vietnam National University. The last panelist, sorry, Dr. Yan Yong In Mueang from Mahasarakham University. He's also represent the project, the FRM Ban Pai Joint Action Project, SUMERNET partner. Without further ado, I think we should speed up a little bit. Each first question will be allowed each person to speak 3 minutes each. The first question, let me read out to you again. The first question. I'm not sure whether what you've seen and my note is the same thing. The first question will be how have policy priorities changed in terms of COVID-19 and how this has affected water management. It doesn't seem to resonance with what we see in the screen. This will be the second question, right? Are you changing, or we keep the same order of the question or not? Okay, I try to keep the same order of the question. Question one is, how have policy priorities changed in terms of COVID-19, and how this has affected water management and community in the region? Let me invite Dr. Aaron Zink first, and then we follow the order according to the list in the program. Dr. Aaron.
Thank you, Dr. Chantam. I'll try to be quick, and please interrupt me and if I go on too long. I would like to, policy, I mean, it happens at many different levels, and maybe one thing I would like to mention is how policy determines what Sweden's development cooperation and research cooperation can do. And I would say that COVID-19 has not brought drastic changes to those policies on sort of what kind of development and research cooperation Sweden engages with in Asia. We still focus on working with partners that share our conviction that gender equality, human rights, democracy, climate change, and environment, and especially when they're transboundary or regional issues, that these are the important issues for tackling poverty and inequalities in Asia. And I would say that if anything, COVID-19 has made these priorities even, or the challenges even greater, and the priorities even more important. So there hasn't been a great change in the policies that direct our work. What we have seen is that we've tried to be more flexible in working with our partners, and I think in the relationship with SUMERNET, we see that, I mean, now we're funding kinds of research related to COVID-19 that weren't in the original plan that SUMERNET shared with us. So in that way, there have been some changes to relate to the COVID pandemic. I want to say that, I mean, one way that research influences policy is by meetings like this, and working with partners like SUMERNET, but also that we fund and support other research networks like IPSI and SHAPESI and the Explore network in Southeast Asia. We are one of the funders of the MRC. We also work with organizations like Asian Indigenous Peoples Pact, Earth Rights International, Earth Journalism Network, and we feel that, you know, all of these organizations have a role in influencing the future of the Mekong, and we see synergies with their priorities and our priorities. With meetings like this today, that a lot of the people from these organizations are here, and other organizations, we see this as an opportunity to learn from our partners and to be influenced. So that's, in fact, one reason we're here, is to learn and be influenced by you. Maybe a last point, and I mean, I welcome any questions on our how we're working later on or in the chat box. That, you know, COVID, one thing we've heard from our partners is that COVID has made their work more complicated, because our partners that work with like inequalities and rights and gender equality and inclusion, sometimes they're finding that that their boundary partners or the stakeholders that they are trying to influence have less patience with these issues, because COVID has come up as such a central focus, and sometimes these issues are seen as peripheral by actors, and I think that our partners find that these issues, they are central. I mean, if we want to achieve sustainable and inclusive development, then these issues of rights and inclusion are key to sort of long-term building back better, as one says. So we see that COVID has made work more difficult for researchers, and maybe in some cases organizations or policymakers are have less time and patience to discuss these issues, but that doesn't mean they're any less important. But I think I'll stop there and listen to some of the others. Thank you.
Thank you. Because you have only 3 minutes, so you cannot go on longer. May I invite then Kun Chuvee Wong Sitthiporn from ONWR. Are you here?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Please, the
So
floor
I
is
can
yours.
start.
You have 3 minutes to address this question.
Okay. For the effect on the shipping policy on priority, actually policy could not see easily or so fast, but in Thailand I could see some impact quite clearly. From the presentation, I divide it into 3 issues. The first one is the limited budget to implement some important measure. And the second one, because we have a policy and then we made a master plan, a national level, and we need a driving mechanism to drive the policy into practice. So then to drive policy into practice, we have also delay according to budget and also the time, because we need to participatory with approach with the people. And the third thing is the delay in knowledge or innovation gain, because we want to achieve higher outcome, so then we need some new thing to do. So we can do mostly in national level, but for international level we have some problem. So I go back again for limited budget. So now it's obvious that we cannot get the budget for develop new infrastructure is suspended. So we have to focus mainly on the management side. This impact somehow to water security. And to for driving mechanism, we need to establish a new institution like a new national water committee, new river basin committee. It's happening delay, and also we register for new water user corp. So everything is online, and also we need to transfer the national water master plan into spatially river basin plan. 22 river basin is still pending because we need a strong participatory with the stakeholder. And for the impact on management or community, I will talk management in the term of data center. For the national, we have a problem somehow with budget, but for the regional, we talk about the data center, mutual data center with LMC. It has been talked in March before COVID, in January before COVID, and it's suspended. And now we restart again, something like that, almost 2 years. So it's delayed, that thing. And about the capacity building, we have 2 urgent stakeholder. The first one is local authority, because they are empowered to do a small scale development, but they need knowledge. So then we are rushing to do a handbook for them, but then we need a training and in-person training, something like that. And we have a good project with the youth, the young professional. We have do it 12 weeks. So they learn from the YouTube channel, and every week they have interactive video conference. So they learn, we want to implant the interest and knowledge on the young people. And but the last one, we want to do a camp, but still we have to do online camping, something like that. So what I can see the impact on the policy change in the priority, and also the implement it delay. So I think I do.
Yes, Kun Chuvee. Yes, it's time.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. So hope you don't mind me interrupting.
It's already.
So now we move to China. Miss Xu Jing.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, clearly.
Okay, Yeah, thanks for the invitation from SUMERNET, and I'm very glad to attend this session and exchange views with the officials and researchers from the region. So our view is COVID-19 has posed great challenge to China and other Lancang-Mekong countries in various aspects, including the water sector. So it has in some sense worsened some water insecurity problems and may cause the new ones. But when it comes to countries' water policies, COVID-19 is obviously not the only or the most important factor to be considered. There are far more things to be considered when we making a water policy. And if we talk about the region, it is far more complicated, right? We know that Lancang-Mekong countries face some same water challenges, including flood and drought, but of different scales and at different times. And since each country has different water regime and is at different water development stage with diverse water demands, so specific water challenges differ in different countries, in these 6 countries. So if we take a close look, we can clearly see that the countries in the region have different water policy priorities. So a sound regional water cooperation can only be developed, I think, based on deep mutual understanding. So I won't go deeper on the regional water priorities, but take this opportunity, I would like to share with you some water priorities of China. As far as we see it, ensuring water security is always high on the agenda of the Chinese government. So the underlying principles of the water policies through all these years actually remain the same. That is to tide over the conflict between the water resources distribution and the demands of economic and social development. So if you look at the news, you may know that China has already entered the new development stage. And our current priority is to achieve high quality development of the water sector, to ensure national water security in a bid to render powerful support for the building of a modern socialist country in an all-around way. And through this process, meeting people's needs is always at the center of our work. So people-oriented endeavors need to focus on raising water standards, supply capacities, and water qualities. So giving the Chinese people a more direct and true sense of gain, happiness, and security. So to achieve our goal of this national water security, we will focus on the following 4 aspects. And the first one is to enhance flood defense and drought relief capacity. That is to improve our current infrastructure system and reduce disaster loss. And the second thing is to push forward the intensive and safe utilization of water resources. So we will, during all our work, no matter in the water sector or in other sectors, we will prioritize water saving first. And thirdly, is to optimize the strategic layout of water resources allocation. So I think not only China, but many other countries may have this uneven distribution of water resources in time and space. So in China, we will accelerate the construction of the backbone projects of the national water grid so that the water availability and socioeconomic development can better fit each other. And fourthly, we will promote the water ecosystem conservation and restoration. And those efforts will focus on water and soil conservation, groundwater overdraft control, and ecological restoration of deteriorated rivers and lakes. And one important thing I would like to mention is that there is an important tool we need to pay attention to, that is to embrace the digital technologies when we make water policies and when we implement water policies. So we need to make full use of digital mirror, digital twin, emulation and simulation, all those technologies to make our water management process modern and smart. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm so sorry that each of you have to really speed up like in a rapid train to be done in 3 minutes. Don't have time to waste. Can I invite Mr. Sopirin, Here again.
Yep. So thanks a lot, Dr. Chantanas, and also thanks for the previous speaker for sharing your view. And from me, I think like others mentioned earlier that COVID-19 is, however, affected all of us in some ways, economically, socially, or even environmentally. So this effect may have implications for the viability. I think you may put another pictures, not this one, if you wish. So the availability of the planned investment in water resource management development, and also relative value of different energy generation and food production. And we need to recognize that policy measures aimed at rapid return to growth would also have potential to aggravate the environmental degradation. The water sector has an important role to play in recovery from an adaptation of the COVID-19 through the provision of safe water, sanitation, hygienic condition, as well as measures that can strengthen water security, for example, water set restoration, nature-based solution, and water resource management. We may see that local people still continue need to access to rivers and natural resource, which is critical to ensuring a more healthy and equitable recovery from the pandemic. So having considered all these factors, the basin development strategy, which I talked a moment ago as well, within the MRC, we have worked and will work with the member countries and as the stakeholder to support the recovery from COVID-19 and build the resilience of communities through measures supporting economic development, strengthening water security, improving food security, enhancing regional cooperation and trust to support also vulnerable population. So if you look at the BDS, a large proportion of the budget are directly related to COVID-19 recovery, suppression, and even prevention of the new pandemic. So those activities are to support the implementation of sustainable hydropower development, coordinate alignment with the regional energy plan, to support investment in wetlands and watershed, support investment in fishery, and also explore future fish pollution, population and catchment, implement information sharing and communication mechanism, as well as the forecastings and water-related emergencies such as flood and drought, and also other factors. So I just name a few of them that we have in the BDS. So the picture that here explain the connection between the COVID-19 and the consideration, how we can deal with it in terms of recovery stage within our BDS. So that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, can I invite then Dr. Lee?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Chantana. Well, I just want to brief. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. Well, you know, in 2020, Vietnam was a very famous in the sense that Vietnam controlled the situation of the COVID-19 pandemic very well. But in 2021, the country was hit very hard by the pandemic, and then it caused a lot of adverse impacts on the vulnerable communities, and then this includes the ethnic minority people, the female, also women and girls. So I would like to give you an example how the water policy has responded to the impact of the COVID-19 in Vietnam. So to start with, I would like to let you know that domestic water in Vietnam is managed by the Ministry of Construction. However, other water resources, for example, like irrigation water or river water or underground water are managed by the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development and the Ministry of Finance. So it is very difficult for three of them to sit down together, and the coordination between those ministries are, is a very weak, I must say. So another example I would like to let you know is that during the COVID-19, the rural people, for example, like people in Hanoi, they have got subsidy from the local government of Hanoi, but not from the main ministry, that the poor household, they would get, like a reduction on the their first 10 cubic meters, that for the waters that they use. And then for those who are not poor or near poor household, they get like a 10% off, from the bill. But it comes, from the local government, but not, from the ministries. And another example is that during the COVID-19, the exemption from fees for granting the right to exploit water resources was submitted to the National Assembly, but has not been passed by the National Assembly yet, because according to the people at the National Assembly, it needs further consideration. Other cases, like when we do research on the migrant workers, between China and Vietnam, and between Vietnam and Laos, due to the closure of the border, it seems like they lost their jobs, and then they are pushed to come back to their native villages, and then in order to survive, they get more agricultural production. In other words, they use more water. But the community is not homogeneous, and then those who have a power and have connection, they have better access to the water resources, and this it has resulted in social conflict and social inequality within the community, and then it has adverse impact on the female-headed households and other poor or marginalized group of people. But it seems like the policy hasn't responded, effectively or in a timely manner to those changes. And I think there's a big gap, or knowledge gap between the policymakers and the researchers. And I will get back to you on the second question, what kind of collaboration would help, the policymakers to design, better policy that would reflect the reality. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So our last panelist for the first round, question one, Dr. Yan Yong In Mueang.
สวัสดีครับ Yeah, ขอบคุณครับอาจารย์ Thank you very much อาจารย์สุธนา What I'm going to bring up here is some more small or little on the ground experience from our projects in Ban Pai that we observed so far, Northeast Thailand. We see that all of the governments, our government in the region set out a policy and action requesting all citizens to wash their hands frequently and regularly to prevent the COVID-19 infection. This is quite difficult, I think, and we observe that particularly those rural villages in some area, they hardly access to clean waters, or even impossible to get access to the alcohol gels. The poor family and the upcountry school, they could not manage or build hand washing facility. I think this is small but very important in terms of policy and action, advocacy. And moreover, we observe that the COVID-19 make the rural country town people have limited income, got no money, with the job cuts from Bangkok or big city. And thus some of them could not afford to buy drinking water, particularly bottled water anymore. So they have to change their habit to find something else for the drinking water sources. And we also see that collecting waters, particularly drinking waters for the family, that is the key role of women. And that's it. I think this is a kind of research need, further need on, COVID-19, drinking water, water collecting, family and women, or gender sensitive or gender role on this, I think. So this what our team, project team observed so far. Thank you, Achan.
Thank you, Ha. Thank you. So in the first round of the first question, I think I'll just summarize a little bit before we can open for question and answer. COVID-19 intensified the inequalities that already happened in the bigger framework of water insecurity in a normal. And certainly the climate change will be the overarching policy, but COVID-19 created disruptions in the policy mechanism in implementation of the policy. And I think the ideas of focusing on the vulnerabilities in the rural areas and minorities is not really clearly addressed during the COVID-19, but the problem exists. And there's also potential conflict among people in the communities that need to be monitored. And that would be one area. And the second is that the public participation during COVID-19 is problematic. That's why it really falls short into of creating a policy interaction among policy actors. And therefore, other ways and methods like digital technology would probably be the idea to focus on, whether it can help fill the gap. The capacity building, that's new thing in water resources management, particularly for the domestic use on hygiene and safety, has become new topic that not an issue before. So I think that so far that cover is certainly the idea of the livelihood become closely linked with water insecurity because of the need for the resilience after COVID. Recovery from COVID will be one of the topics to pay attention to. So that's the idea of the first question from the speakers. Let us spend like 5 minutes, or actually we should have 10, but because time is running out. Look at the question. I think I see 2 questions by Dr. Lewis. Okay, I should read out, and then by Boripat, Dr. Tian Yun, and then Sopon. Okay, let's start from Dr. Lewis. What are the ecological consequences of moving towards a national water grid in China? Can a grid be made climate change resilient? Okay, this go to our Chinese panelists.
Yeah.
Briefly.
I'm happy to take this question. When China is now designing this plan for national water grid, there are some principles that we should follow. The first one is necessity. We need to carry out several feasibility studies to see whether there is real need to carry this water transfer or carry out some water projects to divert water. For example, I've just mentioned that water conservation now comes the priority in China. So if one municipal government proposes to build a new water project to divert water, we will have a water saving feasibility study first to see whether they have saved water enough. So that is necessity, one factor that we will consider in terms of necessity. And the second one is ecological security. So I won't elaborate more because right now China has done a lot of things in terms of the ecological protection, in terms of infrastructure developments, not only in the water sector, but in other infrastructure sector as well. And thirdly is sustainability. Of course, climate change will be an important factor to be considered. And all this design will be taken in a long run view. Thank you.
Thank you. And let's move to another question by Baripat. The question read as, during COVID-19, have you noticed policymakers or decision makers or even politicians pushing or promoting efforts to achieving SDG 6 faster or WSH agendas more quickly during the pandemic period? To what extent, if any, does name dropping SDGs effective in prioritizing water-related policy during the pandemic? I think this goes to everyone, but maybe one or two will answer this. Policy makers. So I asked Kun Chwi, who's dealing directly with policy. Are you still with us? Whether policy makers or decision makers respond to SDGs during the COVID-19 faster? Or Ajahn Yan Yong? Or
yes, thank you. Frankly speaking, I haven't seen any pushing up or anything from the top down or policymaker on SDG, or particularly even the city or water related issue in Thailand. No, but I don't know, for other countries may be different. Thank you.
Okay, Baripat, nobody respond to SDG. No, nobody pay attention.
I would like to respond.
Okay.
I think the Chinese government has done a lot in terms of achieving the SDG targets. Particularly, I would like to mention water supply. So by the middle of this year, China has already provided safe drinking water to all the population in China. Even last year in 2020, when we are still not unclear of the COVID-19, and I can see that the Chinese water professionals sometimes they take risks, take a lot of risks to ensure that all the water supply facilities run well to make sure that people can have access to safe drinking water. And since we have already achieved the SDG targets, this water supply targets, and in the future, our focus will put on maintenance of this water facilities, and also to raise the drinking water qualities, etc. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have to move to second round of our discussion on question 2. In general, I don't think that people are aware of COVID-19 and water insecurity yet. So it's our responsibility to expand this understanding better. Okay, on the next question. What are your top 3 practical recommendations to promote better links between research and decision-making processes for reducing water insecurity for all in the region? This time, can I start from bottom? Dr. Yan Yong first, from the bottom up.
Okay, thank you, Ajahn Kap. Yeah, okay. Well, I think that from our on-the-ground experience, we see that water scarcity or water shortage is really critical issue, and that particularly when it happening with those poor group, vulnerable groups. So if we unfolding the impact situation of those poor group or marginalized groups, that is key in drawing attention of decision makers. I think they will, pay attention to listen to you, or to even to support you. That's my first point or answer. Second, we have done a few projects so far. We got a small success story that decision makers are really supporting us. We learned that if we could engage the decision maker or their team mate or their officer being with us, start with us at the onset of the project, right from the start. This is based. They will understand that, if we could have their officer or their person to work with us, this is great. So it will lead to a kind of sharing exercise between our team researcher and their officer, and even build trust, between researcher and decision makers.
Ajahn, I'm sorry.
Yeah?
This time we have only 2 minutes each.
Okay.
Sorry. Last recommendation. Okay.
Okay. The last one is I think that to show off a kind of case study on the ground, rather than document study. This is will kind of draw attention of policymaker. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Yes, part in the methodology and the research design. And next, 2 minutes, Dr. Lay. 3 recommendations to link this research and decision making. Dr. Lay, are you ready? Otherwise, I can move on to other person first.
I'm sorry, I was muted. Thanks. I would like to bring in 3 points. The first one is the evidence-based. As I mentioned in the first question, that there is a huge gap between the researchers and policymakers. So we are the researchers. We need to provide the evidence base, to the policymakers, so that they would have, more evidence to co-design appropriate policies together with the researchers, so that would help the ethnic minority people and marginalized people, and in that way we could reduce water insecurity. But we need to do more research so that we could bring them more evidence based, because they don't need 1 or 2 cases, but we need to collaborate together as a researcher, so that we could bring in a lot of evidence, so that to convince the policymakers, and then we can present those findings to the policymakers through policy dialogue, because policymakers are very busy. They don't have time to read all of your fact reports. So if you have like a very good or a visual, policy brief, and that would be easier to convince them through policy dialogue, so that could bring the message through. So if we do that, like previous speakers said, we could involve the policymaker in our research projects right from the beginning to get them involved in the, for example, data collection process, both for the secondary and primary data, collection process, so that we would improve their knowledge and also the capacity, and later on, we would, serve as input for the policy, especially related to water. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Soperin?
Yes, so allow me with, yep. So allow me to before answering with my 3 recommendations within 2 minutes, I would just like to touch upon the earlier question on the SDG, because as I mentioned in my presentation, the Basin Development Strategy play an important role, and we also have a number of activities we contribute directly to the SDG as well. So that's what I want to stress on. And with regard to the 3 recommendations, I think 2 of mine already taken by the previous speakers, which related to first related to the scientific and evidence-based research. So it really needed that the research need to be concise with clear evidence, so that policymakers can digest it. The second point is about the space to allow the consultation and engagement between the policy makers and the researcher or academia. So this is important as well. It can be very difficult at the beginning, but the more both parties engage, the more acceptance and reliable the policymaker can buy in. The last one is on the so-called, I call it to utilize the whole of sector approach in research, meaning that the scientific finding should be across the different fields which support the policymakers, and not just only solely or merely to protect the environment, or just only look at the angle of from economic perspective, but all kind of economic, environment and social need to be in that research.
Thank you. And then Ms. Shu Jin again, 3 recommendations.
Yes, so I used to be a policymaker in the ministry, and now I'm a researcher in the think tank of the ministry. So I think my first view is that it is very important for researchers and policymakers to have more dialogues, as more as possible. And I think first, research should be problem-oriented, because during this process, I sometimes found that the research outputs may not focus on what the policymakers are worried about. So it is very important to be problem-oriented. And the second thing is research should be objective. So decision-making actually is making a choice. And for the decision maker, it has its own interests and limitations. So it is very important for the researchers to be bias-free and provide sound and solid recommendations. And thirdly, I think research should be aware of the need of long-range planning, because sometimes a policy is formulated to address the most pressing issue. But for a researcher, it should not only focus on the most pressing issue, but should also look at the long run. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Then, Chavi. You have 3 recommendations? Yes.
Yeah, top 3 recommendations, but I didn't see my slideshow, so I will see from my the top 3 practical recommendations to promote link between research and decision maker. The first one, I think I just add up from the previous presenter. Not all further from problem oriented. I think that there need to be outcome oriented. It means after research, we need to consider how the research be used, so that it will be practical one, and it have to be multifunction, it's outcome oriented. If it's based in science, but it have to be cost effective as well, so then people will use it. and it should be responsive to the need of user. That is the first priority. The second one, the research should be flexible for different situations. I want to make example like a climate change research, very long years. They do a hotspot in Thailand, but they said in the north it is 10% less rainfall. In the northeast, higher 10%, something like that. But we cannot employ certain like a drought or flood for long year. It's alternative. It's change. So then, I mean, we need to do with time series, not average the effect in the future, something like that. So then we can adapt those measures. So I just think that if we understand between the user and the researcher, then the research will be fine to be used. And to achieve the first priority and the second priority, I think the third one, we need participatory culture. It means every proposal for research, they need to define the need, the problem and the need, and the economic issue of people to use it. If it's more cost, it's more benefit or not. So they need to have to participate every stage, since problem identification, solution, and the last one, I think very important, to embed the research practice. After research, we need to do with the farmer to carry on like 1 year or 2 years. So then the project ends and the people will not stop. So that I call outcome oriented. So I think every research proposal from now on should consider on this, and it will be very useful for people. So thank you. I'm finished for 2 minutes.
Last but not least, Dr. Aaron, after hearing all these recommendations, what do you think? Do you have any specific 3 recommendations?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Chantana. So much important has been said, and I can echo many of the things said about collaborative approaches and science being collective and inclusive research. I think maybe if I can emphasize one thing, I think that research has a very important role in helping to lift up, elevate, and make heard voices and interests that are not currently heard. We know that short-term economic interests and sort of geopolitical interests, they are easily heard. We hear them in the newspaper, we hear them everywhere. But I mean, researchers have also a role in making things visible that are not that visible already. And so I think when we think about which stakeholders we want to work with, or what kinds of groups we want to interview, if we want to understand civil society, do we go to the sort of the easy groups to work with, or do we go to the groups that where the challenges are very difficult and where it's not clear? And I think that researchers can have a really important role in lifting up these voices and making visible the range of issues that are at hand. So that's a comment on inclusive research. And I want to say something also about that science, and I include social science, is a collective effort. And I think some people have mentioned this already, but one study, the point is not to have knowledge generated from one study, but it's that researchers are looking at what has been done before, adding to our collective knowledge, and that there's a debate and a discussion and a synthesis of all this knowledge. So I think that's very important from the very basics of doing a good literature review to understand what kind of projects have been done before, but also to sort of engaging in a kind of a peer review, whether it's in journals or whether it's in forum like this where we present results and discuss them. And lastly, if I could just say about local research capacities, I think it's obvious to you, but I think for all of you here, but I think for funders, we need to remember that even though we come with funding, we shouldn't let our donor priorities overrule the agency of researchers in particular contexts to identify what are the important topics and really push for research and research agendas that are locally and regionally relevant. So, thanks.
Oh, that's a good concluding statement already. I don't have to do it, Dr. Aaron. I think I don't know how do we do with time. I think we have gone like almost 20 minutes behind the schedule. You want me to go into the specific question, but I think the question already answered.
Yes, I think Dr. Chandana, we can wrap up. Thank you very much to the panel for your insights, and Dr. Chandana for moderating on such a tight timeline. So we will now go into photos, of course. We will need your Colgate smiles, and you know the drill. We will go page by page and ask that you smile while the photos are being taken. And after the photos, we will come back at 3:20 after a quick little break. Okay, so over to you, Anjali. You're curating the photos. Okay, thank you very much. I hope that you managed to get your refreshments. Welcome back. We will go now into two parallel discussions on flood and drought. So these sessions will be talking about flood and drought management. We have a great lineup of panelists. And so here are some housekeeping rules about the breakout rooms. So the moderators and the speakers, you don't need to do anything. You will be automatically assigned into the breakout rooms. And the audience, you are allowed to select which room you want to go into. So there is a session on floods, which is being moderated by Dr. Leone, and there is a session on drought, which is being moderated by myself. So we will break out into the breakout rooms, and then you will be automatically brought back into the plenary afterwards. So once you have chosen your room, I would very much encourage you to stay in the room. Is that okay? So over to you, Anjali, to manage the breakout rooms.
Yes, thank you, May. So right now we are sending everyone to the breakout room. Like May mentioned earlier, we have two rooms, the drought and the flood. So feel free to get to the room that you like, except we will fix just only for the moderators and the main panelists. So we start sending people over there right now. If you have any difficulties or problems, please speak up, and we will try to help you. So we are sending you there. In your monitor, you are able to see the breakout room options.
COVID-19, just like the COVID-19, will be the future context of our water resource management. So in future, we will deal with the extremely weather as a nominal situation. So when we know the drought will be necessary or normal in our life in the Lancang-Mekong River. So what we need to do is how to deal with it, or how to live with drought in the area of Lancang-Mekong area. So I have conducted some research from the perspective of dam operation. You know, actually, dam operation in some in some ways can reduce the risk of drought, and sometimes it also can make the drought more worse. So I think how to have a good dam operation will be very important for people to deal with drought, or maybe can make them situation worse. So I have I will briefly give my result. So my finding is that we need to know the dam or hydropower station along the Lancang-Mekong River with different concept. How to say that? For example, in the Lancang area, the upper area of the Mekong, the dam can store the water, can change the run off, and in the dry season, they can release more water, which is stored in the winter. So I think in the upstream of the Lancang-Mekong River, the dam can play some role in store water and reduce the drought. But in the downstream of the Lancang-Mekong River, for example, the Sharaburi Dam and the other dams, the same hydropower stations, they have no storage capacity. So that means they cannot actually, when people along this river, they cannot help people to reduce the drought risk. And in addition, the operation company of the dam, they also have no concept of the drought management. For example, according to my survey, they only chase the objective of product more electricity. They seldom put the drought or flood control in their operation objective. So in future, I think maybe we can cooperate with the hydropower station manager and the plant. We can cooperate to input some drought management idea into their daily hydropower operation. So this is the big problem in the mainstream of the Lancang-Mekong River. Some dam have storage, some dam have no storage, and some dam can operate in regulate the water flow, and some dam have not this schedule. So I think maybe the upstream and downstream can cooperate to have some discussion how to improve the ability to deal with drought in this area. This is one problem. The second problem is about
Dr. Lee, I think I'll stop you right now because you have addressed quite a lot already. And I think we can have a discussion about this later. You talked about a lot of different things, the normalcy of living with drought, as well as some of the issues with dam operation currently, and then the differences in dam operation upstream and downstream. So let's talk about this later, but let's now hear from Mr. X Hour.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, moderator. I'm pleased to have a chance to give you a brief, introduction of my thoughts for drought, especially in the Mekong region. Drought has increased its frequency and severity in the Mekong region over the last few decades. policymakers did not pay much attention on drought management and mitigation before. But since the last few years, they started realizing the serious impacts on drought on multiple sectors, including agriculture and other water use sectors. Like some other regions, drought in the Mekong region are focusing on three main indicators, which is meteorological, hydrological, and agricultural indicators. And during wet season, drought plays more role than in the dry seasons, as most farmers in our LMB region are practicing, agriculture during wet seasons, and including the rain-fed agriculture, which is very vulnerable to drought. Drought management in the LMB, in the Lower Mekong Basin, was intended to be underpinned by Article 6 of the Mekong Agreement and the PMFM. While the original thinking during the negotiations for the agreement was to make the PMFM as an operational tool. However, unfortunately, it has evolved into a monitoring tool. So this was primarily because of the member countries did not know what the implications of selecting the PMFM threshold, which would be the management of the share waters. The set development of the hydropower dry season flows are highly, and maintaining the flows only becomes critical in severe drought. As per Article 6, the member countries do not have to take proactive actions to restore flows under these conditions. So when speaking about drought in the Lancang-Mekong region, on the other hand, it should be both meteorological and hydrological drought. So we can see that flows from China should not be a critical factor for the lower Mekong countries in dry season for another year, because hydropower release water and the flows are higher than annual flows. The practice of water sharing from the dams upstream by China is one of the significant contributions to the Mekong, to the lower Mekong countries, to mitigate, the impacts by low flows during, especially during the wet seasons that farmers downstream of the Mekong region needs to, as the water, irrigation water for their agricultural and domestic use. I think this is all from my brief statement. Thank you very much. Back to you, moderator.
Thank you very much. I think some important themes are emerging here about dam operation, monitoring flow, and also about the messaging of drought. You pointed out that drought has not really received so much attention, and we really should discuss why, especially if Dr. Lee has pointed out before that it's going to become normal in our future. Okay, so thank you very much, Dr. Iksao, Mr. Iksao, and over to you now, Dr. Surin. We can see your PowerPoint slides.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Actually, I'm going to talk about how to deal with the drought in Thailand. And this is a temperature change in Thailand. It means that in the future, temperature will change about
So we can no longer see your slides, but you can also just talk if you'd like.
Okay. I go liquid. Can you see my slide?
Yes.
Okay. This is a prediction of the hot day in Thailand. And I will go liquid. to the risks of the flash flood and drought. So it means that
Dr.
now
Surin,
the
can you go
duration.
into full screen mode? I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
Okay, we can see clearly now.
Okay, so it means that now we deal with the difficult climate change. It means that in terms of the rainfall, sometimes let me put. Can you still hear me, right?
We can hear you, yes.
Because I put the two together. Okay. Can you hear me, right?
Yes, we can hear you.
It means that now we deal with the difficult thing because the duration of the rainfall is changed. Sometimes the rainfall intensity is really high, and sometimes the rainfall didn't go to the dam. So it means that sometimes, like in Thailand at the moment, the rainfall just go to the river. That is why we have a heavy flood at Thailand at the moment. So I have some difficulty, just a little bit.
Oh, okay. No worries. You can just talk as well.
This is the current situation of drought in Thailand. So if you see on the right-hand side, you can see that the drought picture, the drought-prone area just going to be on the north and east of Thailand, also the east of Thailand that connect to the Mekong River. And this is how in Thailand we separate to deal with the irrigation area into zone. In the irrigated area, that is the dark green. This is managed by irrigation department, and 83% is the rainfed area is managed by our department and Department of Water Resources and other agencies. So how we deal with the drought? So I will talk in terms of groundwater in the practice that we do. So we change because we know the magnitude of the drought and the level of groundwater development is different. So we need to, so we change our mindset to do the big groundwater development project. So it means that we change from the small groundwater well to be the big groundwater wells that in the past we can just only serve in one village. So now we can serve for one district. So this is an example of the practice now at the moment in the east of Thailand. And you can see the amount of water that can fill the 1,000 liters. So we can do it within less than 30 seconds. And this is our model. I won't go on the detail. And also this is another province in Thailand that is very severe drought. This is because they have in the rain shadow area. So this is how they suffer. So how we do, we build the new system that is a big one that they can deal with the whole district with only 8 boreholes. So this is how the 8 boreholes. And this one is the biggest size of groundwater development in Thailand at the moment. And we also have the artificial recharge in this area as well. This is how we manage the real-time monitoring by using the SCADA. And this is a challenge for the new kind of dealing with the drought is we need the new groundwater exploration study, new technology and capacity building.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Surin. I think you have raised an important strategy that hasn't been discussed yet, which is groundwater as a way to supplement the supply. We can talk more about its sustainability and also how, if there are any MRC protections around groundwater use. So without further ado, can I move over to Dr. Lam Noi? Over to you.
Hello, thank you, May. Thank you so much for the introduction. As the technical problem, I already prepared the PowerPoint, so I worry about some issues, so I just only talk.
That's first, fine.
First, I would like to introduce that I am from Southern Institute of Water Research, and our focusing area is in the Mekong Delta. The delta is belong to lower. The Mekong Delta is belong to the lower Mekong River Basin, with in Vietnam it with 13 province in Mekong Delta. Then the issue, many issues happen in the Mekong Delta, and if I would like to say the key issue, I also can would like to say one screen for the issue. Can you see the screen? Okay.
Yes. Can you make it full screen?
Can you see the screen?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. This is the main issue in the Mekong Delta and drought, including flood, salinity intrusion, acid sulfate soil, drought, and riverbank erosion, sedimentation issue, and water pollution. And in the sunny season, from January to May, the critical of drought happen. And the critical of drought happen. It happened in very heavy. It happened very heavy in Mekong Delta, in some coastal province in Mekong Delta. It happened very heavy. So in context of upstream development, the dam development, and the dam hydropower development, and the dam construction, and in context of climate change, and also upstream development focused on the agriculture development scenario. So in the drought, the Vietnamese government focused so much on drought in every province. However, in Mekong Delta, it's focused on the critical issue for the water supply, especially for water accessibility in Bến Tre. In my research, we also I am the PI of SUMERNET for own project research. So we have to do the assessment in 3 countries, and today I would like to share our policy measure, and also our finding related to policy in 3 countries. We selected Chiang Rai province in Thailand, Savanakhet in Laos, and Bến Tre in province to conduct water accessibility during the drought season. So the problem we see that current situation that insufficient water in the sunny season in 3 countries due to the climate change, and rainfall change in 3 provinces. And even it is very sadly in Mekong Delta, especially in Bến Tre province. When we doing the survey and interview the local people, one old people, 70 years old, told me that he never take a proper bath, take a true bath in a sunny season in Bến Tre because he never go out his province. So he even never take a proper bath with the fully fresh water during sunny season in 70 years. In 70 years. In addition, the point we would like to present is that it's no specific policy unrest for water supply in vulnerable people, especially for no income or low income people. We have a policy, but only policy for water supply for rural area. It's responsible for the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development. And in addition, we have no specific policy and regulation for the priority of water supply accessibility for the critical situation of vulnerable people in terms of enough water for drinking, So even vulnerable people don't have enough water for drinking, especially in Laos and in Bến Tre of Vietnam. In addition, another point is that the donor, only the donor, international donor and national donor and foundation support the vulnerable and marginalized people to provide the water tank to store rainy water for water drinking. And government still now have a policy for providing the tank for store rainy water. And for Laos, the government do not provide the training guideline or water treatment system for domestic water use, for especially in rural area. And for the finding and recommendation from our point of view in the drought management, especially for the water accessibility, we think that the first priority in Bến Tre and Savannah Khẹt is to store rainy water for vulnerable people to have enough water for drinking. For the second, in Chiang Rai, we have that the priority that we have to give a priority for the solution to reduce the conflict, because we have a conflict between the community upstream area and downstream area of community based on the water scarcity. The second, we have the conflict between water provider and local community, because local community want to use the water, the water for agriculture. However, water provider want to use the water for water supply to own that area. And so, and another conflict is a conflict from the sub-district area organization with the sub-district, because of the water supply for provide all the full water, domestic water for their area. So we should give priority for solve the conflict in Chiang Rai. And in
thank you, Dr. Lam Noi. Thank you very much for sharing your research results and highlighting the importance of household level water scarcity, which hasn't been discussed yet so far. So I know that Dr. Lee Hao has to leave at 5. So are there any specific questions for him before he leaves? We'll come back to you, Mrs. Long, but I just want to see if there are any questions for Dr. Lee before he leaves. So I do have a question for you. Dr. Lee Hao, are you still there?
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned that dam operation is one of the issues around drought management. Can you explain a little bit more about who the dam operators are and why they haven't been, their interests are more energy oriented than maybe livelihoods oriented so far?
Sorry, I cannot understand your question.
Yes, so you mentioned that dam operation is one of the biggest issues, right?
Yes.
In drought management. What are the priorities of dam operators? And how is this a problem for agriculture and livelihoods in our region?
Yes. I would like to explain it, what happened in China. Actually, when in China, when we face a serious drought and a serious flood in extreme time, weather time, so we will put the how to say, to regulate the regulated discharge to reduce the flood risk, or increase the discharge of the from the reservoir to improve the people ability to access to water in order to prove the irrigation or drinking or people drinking. So in this time, the operation for drought and flood will be the most priority, but in the normal time, the electricity production will be the priority. So we have some commission or the plan to deal with it, but according to my knowledge, at the downstream of the Mekong River, we have no this kind of plan. until now. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much for your insight. I guess this is a policy gap that we still need to address so that we can manage drought better in the future. Thank you very much. So Ms. Long, are you ready for your 5 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you hear me well? Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry, we could
Ms.
not
Long?
hear. We lost Miss Long.
Ms. Long, are you still there? Okay, while we're still waiting for Ms. Long to come back, we have discussed a couple of things I've jotted down. The importance of rain-fed agriculture in our region, and also the lack of connectivity to water pipes in domestic households. The issues of dam operations and practices in the region, the messaging around drought and downplaying its importance, and also groundwater as a way to manage water resource. Okay, Ms. Long, you're
sorry,
back.
it's some technical like internet interruption. Okay.
Okay.
I'm sorry about that. And firstly, I'd like to share with you some of the figure about the drought in Vietnam. And in Vietnam, almost of the 1 million people were without full access to the clean water, resulted in the increase some like disease, diarrhea, foot and mouth disease, skin disease, etc. And around 400,000 people of the most of the poor family are at risk of the waterborne disease infection, and around 400,000 hectares of rice in the Mekong Delta have been hit by salinization, with an additional about 1.2 million hectares likely to be damaged by the drought and saltwater interruptions. That affect to many the poor household in the commune have low, especially for those rely most on the agricultural sector. And back to the Central Highland in Vietnam, as you know that in the Central Highland of Vietnam, we also have very drought because here we have the 6 months of the dry season. We have only 2 seasons. One is the dry season and another is a rainy season. But due to the climate change and many factors, that the dry season have longer than before. And in the Central Highland, drought have resulted in water shortage for irrigation and domestic use of the communes. It affects more in the sloping lands and the remote area in the region. And in that, rice and coffee are the most sensitive crops with many ethnic people and the poor people here is affected by the drought season. And however, here I'd like to talk a bit about the adaptation more than the management. Beside the management, how we adapt with the droughts, because not only manage, but also we have to adapt well with the situation. In 2020, although they are very drought, have many effects, but it's likely the level of damage have decreased significantly. Why of that? Firstly, we have the successful group of solutions. What are the solutions? We predict the water. We predict in advance the saltwater intrusion and drought barriers very well and in advance. And the second, we have to arrange seasonal calendars and production structure suitable to the state of the water resources in each subregion, along with the close direction to the farmer, how to cultivate more effective in the drought season. We try to select another change to another kind of crop to adapt more with the situation of the water shortage. Secondly, we think that we have to have better understanding and better adaptation into the situation of drought. We live naturally, and we have to adapt to climate change. With the drought situation, we have to find out how what's in the opportunity of that more to and try to adapt with the drought condition. And in the Central Highlands of Vietnam, West and this here, and farmers have to apply their own adaptation measures to address the lack of the fresh water. For instance, most of farmers, they try to exploit the remaining surface water from the nearby reservoir. And several pumps are contracted to take water from up to 10 kilometers far from away to their coffee farms, because the Central Highland is very famous on the coffee farm. And others depend on maybe they open their own well to get the groundwater to irrigate their farm. And also the government also have the policy to control the water shortage projects and support the canal system to improve the water supply capacity. And also they adjusting the agriculture planting structure, and like for example selecting the drought resistant crop types. They use like a water irrigation, water saving irrigation system, and also they manage the scale water resources effectively and can advise the farmer to apply the climate smart agriculture practice. So like
I think that's great, Mrs. Long, because you have actually answered some of Borapart's question, which is about who are the vulnerable people and what measures can be taken both from the community level as well as the government to address some of the issues around drought. So thank you very much for answering that question. So
thank you.
While you've mentioned a number of different things about adaptation, cropping calendars, and irrigation, I think we are very much interested in learning more about groundwater that Dr. Surin had talked about earlier. So we do have a question here from Gandama Jo about what are the challenges with groundwater, relying on groundwater to manage drought? Is there a way to recharge groundwater, and how do we ensure sustainability in the long run? So this is for all of the panelists. If you would like to jump in, please do so.
Okay, can I respond to the question? Yes, as you know, that's due to the climate change, due to the building the dam in the upper river, so like Vietnam also in the downstream river, plus with the climate change, so the underground water is become scary, lower and lower. Then as you know that agriculture is now is in Central Highland, for instance, the coffee require a lot of water, especially the water from the underground water. So this put the pressure on the water insecurity, water more insecurity. So how to solve with that? We try to advise the farmer change from the monoculture into intercropping system, so that we have many kind of crops. So like some shade tree to rotate the evaporation, and also, as I said before, we apply the climate smart agriculture practice, such as the water saving irrigation system, so that it will less use of water, but give more use. Yeah, something like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Long. I think a couple of these suggestions rely on farmers' adaptation ability. Dr. Surin, would you like to talk more about higher level measures?
Okay. I will talk about recharge priorities. The voice is quite loud. Okay.
I think it's because you're logged in on 2 devices. Are you logged in on another device? There's an echo from your end.
I think I have only one device now. We try.
Any ideas, Anjali?
Actually, we mute the other device of yours already. I think it, yeah, but yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I have some difficulty.
It's still there.
I'm so sorry. I will jump to really quick on recharge groundwater. In Thailand.
Sorry, Dr. Surin, it's still there, some echo. Yeah.
Sorry, it happened because he opened 2 accounts at the same time, sometimes like that.
Dr. Surin, can you please try again?
Yes, please try again. You're on mute. We cannot hear you. Okay, Dr. Surin, we still cannot hear you. So we'll come back to you. Would someone else like to address the question of groundwater use?
May I?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, moderator. I think these questions should best with Dr. Surin, but well, anyway, I would like to share some of my experiences on groundwater. Actually, MRC is also under the process of developing groundwater monitoring stations for the next period of the strategic plan of the MRC 2021-2025 under the ODA financial support from Japan. Actually, before we can make sure that our groundwater use is going to be sustainable, then we need to understand first our groundwater characteristics. For example, Thailand has studied, has carried out a very comprehensive study on the groundwater layers, the water potential for the area, like how much water can be extracted from groundwater and so on. So the water use need to be limited to, the certain amount, cannot exceed the potential of being able to be extracted from that groundwater level. So because it needs to be recharged from time to time. That's why we cannot, if the over exploitation of the groundwaters will lead to subsidence in the long run, So this is very important that people need to first understand the characteristics of the groundwater. Second, needs to really make a proper plan of groundwater use, not to exceed the maximum level, to be able to recharge on time. And then thirdly is that the groundwater monitoring station need to be in place in order to make sure that is being monitored properly. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think this is quite an important topic as water tables are shared transboundary, so there needs to be a lot of negotiation, data sharing and agreement within the Mekong countries. Okay, I think Dr. Surin, you're back.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, it's good now.
Okay, I will go really quick. Sorry for my today. For the recharge of groundwater, we have the groundwater manual in Thailand. Let me try to show. This one. So we have 3 kinds of recharge of groundwater for in Thailand. Actually, they have 12 kinds of recharge groundwater by Dillon, but in Thailand we choose only 3. The first one is we use the bore wells. This is really cheap. There's less than $20. But the second one is we use the pond, this one, and the third one we use the roof. Yes, and the most at the moment in the biggest size in Thailand, we use the third one. This is the let me share the new one. We use this one. We use the pond. This is in the pond in Thailand. So the idea we build a big pond and we get the water. So and we have the 2 bore wells in order to put the water during the flood or during the flood season to the aquifers. So we test already for the 1 season, and it's quite successful that the people can then get the water, some backup water for using during the dry season. This is what we do at the moment. So this is how we manage the underground water, not only for using, but also we also manage by put it back in the aquifer as well. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much to all our panelists. I think we have about a minute left. So do we have any concluding remarks from the panelists about drought? Is there anything that you really want to highlight about drought in the region, whether it be on the messaging, the importance of drought, the use of groundwater resources, rain-fed agriculture and domestic water use, or dam operation practices? Is there any concluding remarks about that? A very, very quick wrap up.
Excuse me, I see one question remain in the chat box. I just want to address a little bit. Just want to mention briefly, there's one question from IWMI, benefits from drought as from flood. Actually, unlike flood, drought doesn't have any benefits. Actually, flood has, some benefits of bringing nutrients back to the farm, agricultural farm, but flood, no. The longer drought lasts, then the worst, condition or damage will be. Then this is my answer. Thank you very much.
I have 2 things really quick.
Yes.
Yes. I see on the chat board about the most impact by drought during the COVID-19. In Thailand, the group, actually there are variety of groups that impact from the COVID-19 pandemic. But for the drought, this is the most impact group is agriculture. And what I mean for the agriculture is not because COVID is virus, right? It's not about but it's about when you have the COVID, you cannot reach the thing, you cannot sell things to the market. So what it means that the people suffer from getting less money by not selling the product. That is why they have the problem at the moment. So as a government, we need to come to introduce some scheme that help the people that can sell their product. This is how we do. And the second thing that, because I'm the policymaker, so I want to address something about the challenge between the researcher and the policymaker. That I think you have to address 3 things. The first thing is about the people, because the researcher should address on the people. If you focus on the people, you focus the same as policymaker. And also you need to practical. And the third thing is you need to be more challenged in more something like that. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. I think those are perfect closing remarks. for us to continue into the plenary. So thank you everyone for your involvement in the dialogue, and thank you for the question. So we'll meet again in the plenary.
So this is session 5 of the SUMERNET Lancang-Mekong Policy Forum. This is really focused on water management through epidemics, political turmoil and development. And we've got a particular focus on floods here, whilst the other room focuses more on droughts. So this session will engage with several panel members representing policymakers, influencers and researchers that have considered and investigated the issue of water management during pandemics, political turmoil and development. The panelists will provide their own statements or will discuss a set question that I've provided to talk about the trade-offs in managing floods in light of pressing environmental, social and political concerns. One of the key elements of today is to really talk about how can we enhance cooperation to better promote the links between researchers and decision-making process. So if there's any particular interest or concern that you have related to that decision-making process, we're keen to hear about that. As I mentioned, my name is Dr. Leonie Pearson. I'm the coordinator for the Research for Policy and Practice of the SUMERNET program, but it's really my pleasure here to moderate the panel here. We'll be finishing about 10 minutes after the schedule, which does mean we have a little bit less time. With that in mind, I'd like to have a really warm welcome to all of our panelists as we have today. The slide up here provides the brief overview. So as you can see, we have 5 panelists today, and each of them are coming from a different perspectives, from media, from university, from the Mekong Committee, and from China. And I would like to briefly introduce each one of them and ask them to respond either with their own statement about how floods and water management can be better managed through epidemics, political turmoil and development, or if they would like to address the first question that I've posed to the panel just in 5 minutes, which is around floods are both an annual and an extraordinary event in the Lancang-Mekong. And then asking the panelists if they have the option to talk about what steps they have taken to deal with floods during the conflicts that have arisen in 2020 and 2021, such as the COVID pandemic, the current political turmoil in different places of the region, and issues to all, and issues of development. So with that, I would like to ask Dr. Trong Hong Tien, the Deputy Director General of the Vietnam National Mekong Committee, for a 5-minute response.
Thank you very much, Dr. Leonie, for giving me the opportunity as the first panelist to express my view. Actually, I prepare for this workshop forum for the 2 questions. The first question is talking about the trade-off in managing the flood, and the second is how can cooperation can be enhanced to promote better link between the research and decision-making process. But because due to the short time frame, so I will address only the first question, and for the second question, if later on, if you have time, so I will share with you about my view.
Perfect.
In my view, talking about the trade-off in managing the flood, we talk about the trade-off between the flood controls and ecological flow benefits. Historically, the water resource manager have tried to effectively balance multiple use of river system, including water supply withdrawal, hydropower production, flood protection, and recreation purpose. So incorporating the ecological health of the riparian ecosystem into the existing framework is an important and achievable goal. However, it has been often very difficult to quantify the trade-off between the ecosystem service provided by the river that is unregulated compared to the river that is operated to provide other economic benefits. It is because the long-term planning to manage the flood risk is challenged by two main factors. The first is uncertainty in socio-economic factors and context stakeholder priorities. The second is uncertainty of the future extreme rainfall due to the climate change. And to get the best option, we need to do the trade-off exercise. And by evaluating the comparative effectiveness of the different alternative options in reducing the flood risk under these uncertainties. I can share with you one example of, for the case of Vietnam Mekong Delta, there has been always a debate between two strategic directions to deal with the floods. The first direction is to respond against with the floods by building the dike to prevent the floods and protecting the agriculture. And the second direction is to live with the floods. And the experience and lessons learned show that each direction has its own advantages and disadvantages. So our exercise is to evaluate the trade-off between these two strategic directions. And the result shows that the combination of these two strategic directions is the best option. And following this option, actually we will protect the highly residential areas and the rice farmland with shallow water depth, while we will live with the flood in the area of deep water depth. And I believe that the similar approach is also applied to deal with the drought and salinity in the Mekong Delta. So with this, with the first issue, I would like to share with you like that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And a terrific start talking about the issues about regulated and unregulated rivers, as well as the challenges that we face in with all the uncertainties that are happening. Thank you. I'd now like to ask Ms. Kiang Kim, the Deputy Director General of the Fisheries Administration, Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries from Cambodia, to make an opening statement for 5 minutes. Ms. Kiang Kim, are you there? Always hard to see who is online with so many terrific faces and names out there. Looks like we may have lost her. Okay, I will move to the next panel member, but if someone could please let me know when she can join us, that would be great. Okay, so I would now like to, hello? I would now like to invite Ms. Pyongporn Wongrong, the founder editor of the Bangkok Tribune online news agency. If you would like to address our first question or make an opening statement.
Thank you very much for inviting me to this panel and sharing with you some perspective from the media field. Yeah, I think the topics that you set for the panel, for the sessions today is quite challenging. Yeah, we are talking about flooding and drought, and it's actually they are actually the regular phenomena that we've been facing here. Yeah, as the media, I especially during this challenging time, I think that they both have affected our work in reporting the issues and also information to the public somehow. Yeah, for the flooding, I mean, like physically, we cannot travel to work and go to the field and interview people, but we try to make use of communication technology in order to try to, still get the same information that people need to know, and then deliver the same message, the message as they wish to know also. So I think that this is quite challenging in terms of the work process. So, and then we can see the increasing role of the technology, social media, online platforms, but more critically, the phenomenon also affect in terms of content. So it makes us realize that probably it has something to do with a bit more critical issues, which also concern global issues like climate change or the biodiversity loss, that we should focus more on that and, you know, give more space on that. So that is something that the news agency is trying to do, is open more of the space on that. And then we are looking forward to working with researchers more on this in the regional context. Yeah, that is what I would like to share with you all here first. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. And thank you for drawing our attention to the fact that there are global issues as well that are influencing and impacting on our local and regional context. Also, the rise of the online media, and particularly the use of perhaps more social media as well, I think is an interesting space that perhaps researchers could do more work on that. I'd like to hear more later on. I'd now like to invite our fourth member of the panel, Dr. Fan Lin from the Jiangjiang River Scientific Research Institute from China. Would you like to make an opening statement or address our first question?
Okay, can you hear me?
Thank you, yes.
Yes, thank you very much. I think it's a very good opportunity to attend this forum and share and exchange the ideas with all of you. As for this question, as I work in the Agriculture Water Conservancy Department of Changjiang River Scientific Research Institute, actually our research and project application mainly focus on the flash flood or the mountain flood in the royal area. So I will answer this question according to our experience in this field. As we all know that flash flood or the mountain flood is also a kind of flood. It usually happens in the mountainous and royal area. So in case of the flood risk management, we think that there are few important aspects that should be taken into consideration. The first, it is very important to establish the flash flood disaster contingency plan. The contingency plan usually contains a master plan and several specific plans relevant to different types of flood and several department plans relevant to different departments. So when the flash flood is happening, the responsible departments or the institutes can refer to the contingency plan and can find suitable countermeasures to deal with the flood disaster. So this contingency plan really plays an important and also positive role in the process of flash flood response. And second, it is also important to establish the flash flood disaster emergency treatment mechanism. We all know that when the flood is happening, it may affect a large area, and different departments such as the water resources departments, the royal and agricultural departments, the sanitation and hygiene departments should all be involved in the process, especially under the influence of the COVID-19 pandemic. It raised the uncertainty and difficulty for flood disaster response. So when dealing with the flood disaster, different levels and departments of the government, as well as the local communities and the residents themselves, should all take actions. And we know that different departments have their own responsibilities, but they should all cooperate with each other. So the emergency treatment mechanism can help enhance the upper and lower linkage and the coordination and cooperation of different departments of the government. So this can improve the flood disaster treatment ability. And third, it is also important to improve the disaster data collecting and monitoring ability. We all know that the basic data is very important for flood predicting and forecasting. So in order to improve the accuracy of flood predicting and forecasting, there's need to be plenty of real-time data, such as the precipitation, the volume, the water level. Actually, in China, some automatic and intelligence techniques are used to monitor the data and establish a database for further research. And the use of such techniques can improve the data collecting frequency and the data monitoring accuracy, and also reduce the manual working. So for this, it can improve the flood risk management ability. So that's the three important aspects we think that should be considered when dealing with the flood. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you for that. Again, we've got a new point raised, but something that we've touched on earlier about the issues about data and the use of real-time data. And it's terrific to hear that there's a lot of data being collected around flooding up in the China country. And it'd be great to hear more about whether that's available for researchers widely and where or if there's access available to that. But before we pursue that, let's jump to our final panelist. I'd like to welcome Associate Professor Sri Supratit, the Director of Climate Change and Disaster Centre at Aaron Zink University here in Thailand.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moderator. Dr. Pearsons, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well.
Okay, yeah, thank you. A very good afternoon to all panelists and audience. You know, I am not in the rooms. Actually, I am in the flood investigations at Suphanburi. Yeah. So, is this maybe you can hear some truck noise or some people? Okay. So I think the meeting is very good matching with the situation now. Yeah, especially in Lancang-Mekong countries. I think that, as you know very well, that we are during the La Nina years. So every countries in the Lancang-Mekong countries are facing with floods now. So as you know that yesterday we have a depression in the South China Sea that attacked the Vietnam, Cambodia, and also Thailand. So that's why I am in the field now, because we needed to prepare so many things to the communities. Okay, so first of all, as we know very well that we are dealing the compound hazards. So it is really difficult time, of course, not for us and for the world. This is really challenging. So we always make suggestions for our governments about this time, how to do the best for our people. So I just want to change with you on panels and audience that we have experience on the last 1 or 2 month floods about the compound hazards between flood and COVID-19. Okay, before the flood, the first thing that our problem is that the flood hazards and flood risk assessment were not done well to the communities, local communities. This is one, the first. Because of, you know, we have a really significant difference in both kind of disasters. We have to do distancing for COVID-19, but we need collaboration in case of flood. So how to do, right? COVID or other pandemics maybe, I think maybe permanent with us. I don't know. In the next 50 years, 100 years, we don't know, right? But we have to stay with them, something like that. Yeah. So the second thing is that you know, in the local communities, that if we don't know who have COVID or not, so we just suggest to the government that please try to do rapid tests for the flood-prone communities, in order to separate them from the normal people. in Thailand, we have rapid test doing it quite few numbers. That's why when the flood situation comes, I am one of the volunteers, engineer. So I'm not brave to go to the flood risk community because I'm aware of the COVID. Right? Everybody aware of COVID. So that's why in the serious damage locations, nobody went there. Yeah, because they don't know the situation of the COVID. Yeah, if we can know that if the government can separate the people clearly, that's why we can go and then we can use suitable instruments to help them. That is one of the problem that try to do rapid tests as much as possible. Okay. The second, the third one is that you know that evacuation shelters is necessary, right? So evacuation shelter for the flood during the COVID situation should not be near to the hospital, right? Because all the medical doctor in hospital are very busy already, right? They are busy with COVID patients, many patients in hospital. How they can help us flood victims in the shelter, right? So this very risk to the flood victims to catch the COVID very easily. That's why we recommend that the shelter for the flood victims should not be near to the hospital, something like that. This is one of the that we recommend, and then the government did it, right? So the first, the fourth one is that as you know that the flood victim and the COVID victim, after we separate them, of course during the flood we have to give them many foods and drugs every day, right? So separate the volunteer for these two activities is necessary also, right? So the last one is that very important is that I think that we have to learn from each other. Yeah, I know that as you know, Dr. Fan Lin from China can share very good experience for the Zhengzhou flood last month. That is a 100-year rainfall return period flood. So this is really the situation we cannot see maybe in my life. Right? So this we want to share that happened already, right? So I think the first my answer is for the first section is okay. Yes, thank you very much.
Well, a big thank you. We now have another perspective to add to our panel, one of someone on the ground actually in the emergency place dealing with the floods that are currently facing the whole region. And I'd like to take up that challenge that Associate Professor Suri has provided to us and actually come back to some of our panelists and ask them to share some of their experiences. I mean, one of the questions that I know has been of interest is that we know that floods create a greater challenge for transboundary cooperation in the Lancang-Mekong, and also some local communities, particularly the poor, the marginalised and socially vulnerable groups of women and men. Can you share an example of policy actions implemented or actions that you've taken that have made a difference to these specific groups? And I'd like to come back to the panelists we missed out the first time, Ms. Kiang Kim, the Deputy Director General of the Fisheries Administration, the Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries, Cambodia. Would you like to respond to that question, please?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry, you know, I was my place here, the internet very low. Have you hear my voice clearly?
Yes, thank you. Nice and clear.
Thank you very much. So, yes, thank you very much. First, invite me to this important forum. even I did not experience much in the flood management in Cambodia, but however, I can share some of the my knowledge that's regarding the flood situation when we had the flood issue in Cambodia. So the first, especially during this COVID situation, particularly last few years in 2020 and 21 this year. So the issue of floods, when we got the flood, the government, we had the Ministry of Water Resources and Meteorology who are responsible for flood control. And then when the flood occur, then our government agency go down and help our people at the ground. But however, as Professor Siri mentioned, that during the COVID situation, it's a bit difficult because a lot of people are, concerned about COVID, but seem forgotten about the flood issue. Now, like today, we have our in the nearby Phnom Penh city also have floods in our country. So today we have meeting with Mekong River Commission, and then we also raise the question that we impact from the flood, and then we should work together how to address this flood issue. So as we are from the policy point of view, the Cambodian government has made the to cope with the floods. We also make a plan that one commune should have one area, the high area that to cope with the highest, that when flood occurs, then we can take over the people in the flood come to the high area. So this is our policy, that every village, every commune should have the highest land in one commune or one village that can take the people who are affected by flood to that high area, both also animal as well. This is one of the policy that our government take action. And regarding with, as I'm from the fishery sector, if we say about the floods impact to fishery sector, because the fishery fish, there is fish, there is water. So when we have more flood, we have, it's good for fishery. This is the positive impact to fishery sector, because we have more fishing ground, fishery domain, that the fish habitat and fish can grow faster. But however, it depends on the duration of flood as well. But like this few years, we had problem with the flood. The water level is came late and also very low, and also very short time, short duration. So this is bad impact to the fishery sector, especially to fish. So not enough time water remain in our Tonle Sap Great Lake for our fish to grow. So this is one of the issue. So how to address those issue? Both with the human as well. As I mentioned earlier, the government already take up action together to address those. And we have through our Mekong River Commission with the 4 member country, also work with Mekong Lancang, with the China, Myanmar. We had several, we call the dialogue forum, work together. So we had the mechanism to share, to control the flood situation. So we had that. I think it should have such kind of the information sharing. It is very important to share the situation of flood from one country to another country, especially from the upper Mekong to downstream Mekong country. This is very important. So we need more stronger cooperation in order to, to control floods and better sharing the information. And in our country, we already have with the 4 member country the flood the flood control, the flood flood monitoring. So this is very important. But however, we have to enhance our cooperation. So we should have like that kind of basin course, river monitoring network. Both researcher and the management should work together and dialogue each other and share the information, especially the information on time with the platform up to down, so that the downstream country can realize the situation of platform from up. Then we can take, the immediate action to help our people at the ground. So I think it's for now, I would like to stop so that other panelists can share more. Thank you very much.
Excellent, thank you. And they are some terrific recommendations. I also appreciate you reminding us that floods have some amazing benefits that actually help us function and our regional ecosystem function in a way that provides livelihoods across the whole river. I would now like to go to Dr. Phan Linh Ling to ask if you could please respond to the question about what sort of actions have been taken to support local communities, particularly those that are poor, marginalised or socially vulnerable groups in response to floods?
Okay, thank you very much. As we all know that, as I mentioned in the first question, that's my answer will focus on the flash flood. And we all know that flash flood usually happens in the rural area, and the rural area, the more population be the elderly, the children or the women. Such populations are more vulnerable to the flash disaster. So in China, the mass protection and disaster prevention system is an important part of flood disaster prevention. And this system contains 5-level responsibilities as the district, the county, the village, the group, and household. That's five-level responsibilities. And this system is based on the contingency plan and the simple monitoring and early warning equipment. So the government will usually organize the local people to carry out the flood disaster prevention drills at regular intervals. And also through the publicity and promotion of the basic knowledge, it can improve the public's awareness and common sense of the disaster avoidance. But when the flash flood is actually happening, the government will build special rescue teams for the vulnerable groups so that they can be well protected. So by the application of the mass prediction and disaster prevention system, the ability of the villagers to face the flood disasters has been continuously enhanced, and the awareness of the masses to avoid risks and the ability of self-help and the mature rescue has been significantly improved. So I think this system is very important for those vulnerable populations. And as for that question that Professor separated mentioned about the Zhengzhou flood, which happened in July, and I think this flood is yes, quite a big disaster because the maximum precipitation per hour is over 200 meters, which is really huge. So I think facing this flood disaster, the core concept of the government is to put people at the first place. So the government quickly established a rescue team to help the local populations to get out of the disaster, and in this way it can reduce the it can help them to reduce the losses of their, not only their lives, but also their all kinds of things. Thank you.
Thank you. That's terrific, and great to hear some local responses as well. I've now got a couple of questions coming in and we're running out of time. It's always the way. There are so many questions, but I'd actually like to throw across to the media. Ms. Pierpon, we've got a few questions here. The first one is around that the media is an important actor to link with decision makers, any sorts of knowledge, local knowledge, research knowledge. But how can scientists help media reporting on floods and those wider environmental issues you mentioned at the global scale? And any advice from your media experience? You're on mute.
Okay. My pleasure to share you on this point of view. Yeah. As we all know that flooding and drought is how can I say, a very complicated, right, and also very challenging in terms of they provide both negative and positive outcomes or impacts on people. So somehow that we cannot explain about this phenomenon easily to make people understand what they actually are and their impacts, positive and negative impacts, like the Cambodian the ministry explained, right? Like the flood cycle, somehow it also benefit people on the ground, also fisheries, something like that. So for this one, so first of all, we need research and studies to help us bring the facts to people, and then the complete picture, so that they can understand what they actually are and the impacts also. So for this one, it would be great if researchers or the researchers come up with research or studies which not are quite complicated in terms of content or the outcomes of the research. If you can help simplify it, make it in a more simple language, that would be useful for us to help convey your messages, because the issues themselves are already complicated. That is the first point. And I think it's even more challenging when like I said, now it's become more and more critical when it links to the global context. This one, we just found that we got a gap in terms of information or data to explain our regional context, or even each country in this region. For example, like the impacts of climate change. We find it quite difficult for us to explain to people what is really going on, like more flooding in a wider area, and also drought, the severity of drought in the recent years. So we need some kind of explanations and facts for us to explain this to people. So it would be helpful if the researchers can come up with the kind of research that can also explain the global, I can say, a global phenomenon or global issues like climate change. That would be very helpful. Yeah, I think. And then we can make use of the of communication technology. Like I say, now it's become unlimited, to help convey the messages and then to get to people. Yeah, that is something that I maybe I would like to share, and maybe something that I would like to get the support from you also in terms of information and data that I got to convey to the people. Yep. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. I think that there was something in that for all of us here, particularly for the researchers. But I also think that you're asking that we get some more work done on downscaling some of those big global phenomena for our region. What does biodiversity loss or climate change look like for Thailand, for Myanmar, across the whole Lancang-Mekong?
Yeah.
Excellent. Okay, now we're almost out of time, and I'd like to run through our panel once more. So there's more questions here in the chat, and a big thank you to everyone in the chat. I won't be able to ask them because I'd like to get this one action from each of our panel members that I've asked. So in 1 minute, can they please provide us all the people that are here? So we've got an audience of policymakers, researchers, students, CSO, NGOs. What's their one action that they would suggest to do to address flood management across the whole Lancang-Mekong in these challenging times? I'm going to start from the bottom to the top of the panel now. So Associate Professor Suri, would you like to address that question, please? Maybe we've lost him. Dr. Phan Lin Ling.
He's here, yeah.
Oh, he is? Excellent.
Yeah.
Associate Professor Suri Supratit, would you like to answer the question?
Very much. Yeah, sorry for some trouble in internet. Okay. Yeah.
No problem.
I think that is this very challenging time that the most important things is that you know, as I mentioned, that compound hazards is really new topics. Even though I am in IPCC, it's really they on IPCC experts. It's really challenging topic. So we have to learn from each other. We have to find the best practice, yeah, in order for our regions, such as we can learn the COVID management from China, like that, and then we can learn other things from Vietnam, Cambodia, and we have the states to change each other, right? Because of, you know, we are in a similar climate and also customs, right? So best practice should be shared, and then especially for the local knowledge from each country are important for us, right? So that is my share. Yeah.
Okay, good 1 minute. We need to learn from each other. Our best practice is our local best practice. Great. Dr. Phan Lin Lin.
Yes, I think I will answer this question from the researcher perspective. So I think it's very important for the flood management to build a flood risk early warning and management system. And there should be the monitoring stations in the river basin to collect the basic data of the river and also the basin. And by using such data and information, we can build hydrological models. And using the hydrological models, we can forecast and analyze the characteristics of the flood. And by the results of the models, we can further evaluate the risk of the flood. And if we have the result of the risk of the flood, I think the result can be the technical support for the policymakers. And they can use the results and help the local government to make better decisions when facing the flood disaster. That's my opinion for this question. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. And a great response there. Now let's go to media. Ms. Pierpon.
I would suggest that you as researchers keep doing research and studies and link it to the critical issues that coming to us now, because I think that the region actually needs a lot of answers, and then people can prepare themselves in advance, because we know that they are coming, like climate change, biodiversity loss and stuff like that, and we need the answers. Yeah.
Excellent.
That's it.
Keep on researching. I love it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Kyang Kim from Cambodia, would you like to tell us your one action that we should be doing to enhance flood management across the whole Lancang-Mekong?
Yeah, I would like to suggest we should have such a cost basin river monitoring network. Flood control and management. Can you hear me? Because
yes,
my internet is so slow, so I skip my video. I would suggest a basin core river monitoring network for flood control and management for both planning and action at the regional and national level for the benefit of the whole Lancang-Mekong region. So, you know, the monitoring, the flood monitoring is very important. You know, from one country, if we have a network, kind of flood monitoring network, then we can keep inform each other from upstream to downstream, from one country to another country when we got the situation of flood, when we got the flood issue. And then downstream can aware, you know, when flood is coming. And then we can take action at the national level, how to address flood issue in each member country. So this, I think we need to do that for the whole Lancang-Mekong region. And also the research as well. Research had to work together and keep informed with the political maker. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. That is terrific. Another one for a cross-river monitoring network. Our last panelist, very quickly, Dr. Trong Hong Tien, if you would like to respond to the question, what action should we take?
Okay, thank you very much. I think in the view of policymaker, somehow I would like to recommend you to conduct the research in a transparent and in a collaborative manners, which involve the participation of different people, different groups from the riparian countries, and importantly for benefit of on riparian countries. And following so the result of the research will be easily accepted by the decision maker. And the second important thing is we should provide the result of the research timely for the decision-making process. Thank you very much.
Excellent, thank you. Well, I'd like to thank our whole panel to actually providing us with some terrific insight about what we can all do to actually take action now to get better flood management across the whole Lancang-Mekong. I am heartened to hear that we all have a role, from researchers, policymakers to media, and also that many of us feel the same way. Better data shared across the whole river, monitoring networks, data networks, as well as all of us recognizing the strengths of both the need for floods and the need to manage floods. With that said, I'd like to say a big thanks again to all of our participants. We had a number of questions. If any of the panel would like to answer those in writing in the chat, that would be great. But thank you, and thank you to all the panel. We should now be returning to the main room at any moment, which is great news, so that we can then come back for a quick wrap up for the day. It looks like the Drought team has just got one more question that they're answering, which is terrible. I could have given you another minute or two. Well, if that's the case, they'll probably tell us to wrap up very soon. But I thought there was a really good question here I wanted to ask. When is the problem flooding and when is it changing flood regimes? Is there anyone on the panel that would like to have a quick go of answering that question while we're still here? Because I actually think it's a really good point. Is the issue actually flooding, or is it about the changing regimes of the flooding that's currently occurring? Anyone on the panel like to answer? Be bold.
Yeah,
yes. Yes, please. Was that Dr. Trong Hong Tien?
So you allow me to talk?
Yes, please.
Okay, so as most downstream countries, as you know, Vietnam, the Mekong Delta, actually, you know that in the Mekong Delta, the flood is before the flood is a recurrent event. But nowadays, in the recent years, actually due to the different factors, due to the climate change, due to the upstream development, the flood regime in the Mekong Delta has been changing rapidly. The people in the Mekong Delta actually, they love with the flood. They do not hate the flood because the flood brings them the benefit more than the damage. So I think the researchers should explore the reason. So why the flood recently actually become very less in the Mekong Delta. So that is we want to know. Some view is because of the construction of the upstream reservoir. Some view is due to the climate change. So the answer is still at this moment is not clear to us. So that is my view. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a very good point. Perhaps we're looking at different parts of the river, or perhaps we need to think more widely about what flood regime really means for the different livelihoods along the river. Okay, I've just been told, oh, it now says that we are leaving the breakout room. Perfect. A big thanks to the panel, a big thanks to the participants.
Welcome back, everyone, from your breakout rooms. I hope you had a fruitful discussion. I was in the Drought room, so I can give a brief recap of what we discussed there and then hand it over to you, Leonie, to talk about the flood room. So we talked about different things related to drought. One primary thing is that the messaging for droughts are different from flood, and so it has been drought has not been considered important very much in the past. We also talked about groundwater as a way to manage drought, and also the practices of dam operations in the region and how they are very energy centric and not very much livelihood centric. So their priorities are more about ensuring that there's energy available all year round rather than flood and drought focused. We also talked about the impact of drought on different groups of people. The poor and vulnerable groups, particularly those in the agriculture sector or those with poor access to sanitation, are really impacted when water is insecure or in situations of drought. And one last message from Dr. Surin sums everything up nicely in relation to this forum, saying the government must support farmers, and the role of researchers, if they want to support policymakers, is to focus on people and helping them. So I think that's what we discussed in the drought session. And now, Leonie.
Fabulous. Thank you, May. We had an amazing discussion, I think, in the flood session, with so many different perspectives coming together from different nationalities, from policymakers, from people that were policymakers, now researchers, from researchers and from media. We also had someone join us from the Flood Disaster Centre here in Thailand. So we got some on-ground action as well. There was too much to discuss to clearly summarize, but to start with, we talked about the difference between regulated and unregulated rivers. We also touched on the issue that floods bring great benefit as well as great challenges. We addressed questions such as, is it about flooding that's the problem, or is it about changing flood regimes that are the real challenge when we're looking at going forward? And we also heard that the thing about floods is that they're part of a wider and more global issues that are happening at the environmental level, biodiversity loss and or climate change. And that for us to get greater impact through the media and or to policymakers, we need to connect our local issues to our global concerns and to do it back the other way as well. We also heard a lot about the fact that we've got different types of floods that have different sorts of benefits, such as flash floods and other things. And then lastly, I'd like to sort of wrap up with a couple of things. Firstly, that there is a real tension at the moment in the management of floods. And I think Associate Professor Suresh Supratit said it really nicely when he said there's a tension between social distancing because of COVID, but an increased need for collaboration in managing floods. So this tension about staying apart but needing to be brought together is going to continue for the next future, and we need to know how to better manage that. I think it was great when I asked what was the one action we should all do, that we talked about ensuring that the science that's done by researchers is clear and concise and not too complex for media and for policymakers to digest. We also talked about the real need for data sharing and for shared models and understanding about flood management and river management across the whole Lancang-Mekong River, not just different parts of it. And associated with that, we touched on a range of other things, but I guess I'd like to hold it there and say a big thanks to a really great panel and to some really solid questions as well.
Thank you, Leonie. Sounds like it was an exciting panel. So we'll now move to Dr. Louis Lebel to summarize some key messages from today. Welcome, Dr. Louis Lebel.
Thank you, May. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So when I helped open the meeting yesterday, I said there was really two real objectives of this research and policy forum. First one was to share our experiences and knowledge, and the second one was really to strengthen links, both between Chinese and Mekong region researchers, but also links between policy practitioners and researchers. So in terms of links, where have we got to? I mean, I think we've learned about how we might work together. Policy science relationships can take many forms. It can be, sometimes it's the policymakers asking some scientists to do some work for them. In other cases, the scientists are working on emerging issues that the policymakers aren't even worried about yet. And this diversity of science policy relationships is really important and healthy. So I don't think there's one single model. I've actually learned that from listening to people describe their experiences. The second issue is, what might we work together on? And here people had many ideas, and rather than listing all the other people's ideas, I'm going to suggest some priority. I'm going to take a punt and see if you agree with me. For this Lancang-Mekong Research Policy Forum, I think the strongest topic that came out was coordinated management of infrastructure. I think there's a great potential here for modeling work, measurement work, comparison work, scenario work, studies that include tributary dams, investigations of sediment dynamics through cascades, but also sensitivity to climate change assumptions. Now that's all the normal technical stuff that people will always say, and it's to me, it's a no-brainer, it's a winner. But there's a very important role here for social scientists as well, and that is to make sure that this study of coordinated management of infrastructure looks carefully at governance issues, looks at whether China, for example, dominates the decisions. It looks very carefully at livelihood and ecological impacts, because even if the hydrograph changes a little bit here, that may have devastating consequences on fisheries. So from a water engineering perspective, it might not look like much, but from an ecological perspective, it might look very big. So I see this, what we might work on together, is one of the key things I took out of this research policy forum, is that coordinated management of infrastructure is a kind of a theme that would be very interesting to a lot of different people. The second theme, and this one is not so much agreement, but I see it as complementary to the first one, is that really household water insecurities during the COVID recovery period. So this is an urgent topic, not one that's going to go for 10 years, but it's really urgent for the next 2 or 3 years. It's really how we address some of the problems we discovered with the pandemic on vulnerable people, especially on migrants, minorities, displaced people, poor. And I wonder whether we can link some of this knowledge that we've gained from COVID-19 for other disruptive events, and how the countries pursue SDG 6 and WASH agendas. So those are the two. What we might work on together: coordinated management of infrastructure and household water insecurities in the COVID recovery period. Thank you.
Thank you, Louis, for summarizing these important points. So we've come to the end of the day today, and I'd like to invite a representative from the Department of, is it just Dr. Sin? Dr. Sin, who is a SUMERNET Steering Committee co-chair and the associate partner at Viet Insight, to deliver the closing remarks.
Good morning, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes,
hello?
Loud and clear.
You hear clearly, right? Okay. So on the behalf of the SUMERNET, I would like to express our sincere thanks to the supporter. This is the Swedish SIDA for its generous support, very generous support, long-standing support for SUMERNET over the 15 years. Over the 15 years, we have been able to set up a network which can play a very important role in providing the space for cross-sharing of experience and knowledge around the issue of sustainable development in the Mekong and related river. And with this, I would like also to thanks on the participation, especially our colleague from China, because it's the first time within the framework of our SUMERNET, we have a chance to have a policy dialogue within the two river basin. And we think that we can share a lot of experience at different level on policy and science linkages. I have no attempt to summarize with what we achieved, but I just want to do a few my reflection on what are we going to face in the future. The problem we are going to face is we consider a grand challenge, which has a long-term impact, and it has a nature of unexpected, not to know in advance. So with this, we need a kind of new way of addressing this issue in the various ways. The first way is how to make our resource more in the nature of shifting from discipline to interdiscipline, multidiscipline, and lately to transdisciplinary approach. Secondly, how can we create or facilitate the co-production by concerned partner, stakeholder, boundary partner? So at the end, we can make our research more impact, what I can call more on transformative change. And throughout this process, trust is a very important capital for all of us to get it through. And I think using our network, we can build our trust, and through this interaction, into this engagement, we learn great deal from each other, and we can learn a lot of mistakes that we cannot provide. We can provide to do it again in terms of how can we manage the water governance, what we discussed today, in a more holistic approach. And one thing I like to raise the point that someone said, for the people in the Mekong Delta of Vietnam, flood is not the issue, but the flood regime is an issue. So that is the key message. that we have to convey that how can we unpack this kind of issue into the address the real local need, the need we have to cover for those most vulnerable people, community, that we ensure that their voice is to be heard and to be incorporated in our research agenda. With this, I would like to thank all the participants, all the active participation from the project partner. Last but not least, the participation and the contribution of the SSC member, SSC Secretariat, and all other people behind the scene to make our 2-day workshop a more success. With this, I would like to conclude our forum, and I wish you all have a safe life and a safe in this kind of COVID epidemic. And I wish to see you very soon in person. And with this, so again, thanks for your participation and have a nice day. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zin, for such a wonderful closing remark. And I do hope that we can meet in person soon. So this is the end of the day. Before you go, we would very much appreciate your feedback to us. So on the shared screen right now is a link to fill an evaluation survey, and as well in the chat box is a link to give us feedback and what you would like us to do in the future. So please don't forget to do that before you leave, and thank you very much for joining us.